Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. 2 minutes before we go live, as they say. Whilst we're waiting for 0 hour. Welcome to the afternoon session of the Co-operative Funeralcare International Open here at Blackpool Newton Hall. Thanks very much for everybody coming, and just to remind you all, if you wouldn't mind, if you've got your mobile phones, if they can just be put on silent. I've got enough crackling going on with our stuff without others going on. And thanks a lot for coming. Hope you have a great afternoon. Enjoy yourselves. It's 4 matches. They will run consecutively. I managed to get that one out all right. But yeah, they'll run consecutively all afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And as I said to you this morning, we are on air through YouTube, and that's going very well. Quite a few comments coming in from around the world. And we've had another little message from our people out on the oil rig who are saying they're thoroughly enjoying it. So if your gas goes off, you know why. They've been on every day. So it's going to run out sometime. Right, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's bring your players on for your first match of the afternoon. So from Australia, let's give a really warm welcome. He's a gold medalist and Australian Champion of Champions title holder. It is Ben Twist. And up against Ben, ladies and gentlemen, he's a Scottish bowls legend, 6 times world indoor champion and also a Commonwealth Games gold medalist. Of course, it's none other than Alex Marshall, MBE.
Well, thanks very much for that, Richard. And really exciting game on the cards this afternoon. Alex Marshall, MBE, versus Australian qualifier Ben Twist. As I mentioned to the viewers earlier, delighted to be joined in commentary for this game by Greg Harlow. Welcome back to comms again.
Afternoon, Janice. Afternoon, all.
This is going to be an interesting game, I think. Ben's been putting a lot of hours in on the rink, Greg. He's been here for a good few days.
Yes, quite rightly, put lots of hours of practice in. Practicing all sorts of shots, runners, conversions, drives, but primarily the draw. He knows if he's going to win, he's got to draw well. Reasonable opener.
Well, our viewers always ask about the bowls that the players are playing with early doors. I think it's because they like to have an idea where the lines are as they're watching them come down the screen. Well, Ben Twist is playing with Taylor Ace. Alex Marshall is playing with Aero bowls. He's part of the Aero setup now.
Tends to use the Aero groove, does Alex. I'm not 100% sure that's the bowl he's using today, but that tends to be the one he uses in the World Bowls Tour Championships.
It's certainly the one that's listed on his profile, and of course that profile features about 14-15 pages of all the successes that he's had over the years. Probably the most decorated player and certainly the most decorated player in our generation.
Second one shot, please, Tom.
Ben Twist, no stranger to the WBT events. He's qualified a number of times. More recently, he was at the World Championships, I think it was last year, Greg, where he spent a couple of weeks playing and entertaining the crowd.
Yes, as you say, he's been through a good few times and had a few decent runs in the events as well. And I think most of the players feel that if Ben really gets into his game, he could go all the way through to make one of these finals. Obviously, got a very tough opening match here, Alex Marshall.
Needs to slip past that short bowl and he's got a chance. Very close. Great bowl, Ben. Don't forget, we're with you live and in full HD for every bowl that's played here at Blackpool Newton Hall in the Co-operative Funeralcare International Open 2016. I think these two players have played before as well, Greg. The information we're getting sent through to us is that the last time they did play, Alex won 2-1 in a tie break. So they will know each other's games, and I know Alex has spent quite a bit of time over in Australia, so he's probably run into Ben a few times over there as well.
Yeah, I think stats are okay, but at the end of the day, every game is a new game, and no player really dwells on it too much. It's all about winning the next game rather than the games that have gone before.
We were saying in the game prior to this one, Neil Furman played very, very well, but the score on the card didn't reflect that, and that sometimes can happen, especially for the overseas qualifiers. They can play well, but
2 shots, a twist.
and that's a very good opening end for Ben Twist. Takes 2 shots. Yeah, we're with you for the rest of the day here. After this game, we've got Stuart Anderson versus English qualifier Stuart Irwin, Jonathan Ross versus Murray Glassy, and Andy Thompson MBE versus Dick Light. Some good bowls still to be played here today. And like I say, this was probably the pick of the day's games, I would think people would say, Greg, on paper.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, as you say, there's a good number of good matches to watch, but this would be the pick of the day. Very dangerous Ben Twist against the obviously all-conquering Alex Marshall.
Not easy at the moment. We've just got a bit of a technical issue. Our screen's gone down in the commentary box. We'll be with you as soon as we can. I believe you'll still be getting pictures there though, so we'll join you again shortly.
One minute. Too late. One minute.
We seem to be back with you. Just a technical issue in the commentary box there. Our screens went out, but I believe you could still see the action, which is the most important bit. Bit of a looser end there from the two players.
Alec Marshall.
Alex picks up a shot there.
Set score is 1-2 after 2 ends.
Alex, of course, won the Co-operative Funeralcare International Open here a couple of years back. It's Nick Brett that's the defending champion here this time. Don't forget, well, we have got Greg in the commentary box with us. If you do have any questions you'd like to put to Greg, we will do so for you. And if he will do his best to answer them, as long as they're publishable on YouTube. And any questions about rules or World Bowls Tour, if you bob them down to us, we'll get them answered by one of the officials or one of the World Bowls Tour directors. And you can do that on either Twitter, which is World Bowls Tour 1, Facebook, or the YouTube chat. And if you can't stay with us, don't forget we've got worldbowlstour.tv, which is the website of the World Bowls Tour that gives you all the news and reports from each event. Not normally one to bother with fashion statements, Greg, but I've just noticed that Ben's got very blue shoes on.
Yes, I think in Australia they have lots of different varieties of shoes, and they experiment with colours. Quite like them myself, and I guess over here in the UK we might get them in about 10 years' time.
Well, they definitely match the portable rink colour there. Yes, a viewer sent in a question this morning about the fact that Steve Halmai was in shorts, and of course it all depends on what you're comfortable playing in. You find a pair of shoes you're comfy playing in. Some of the players, like yourself, Greg, are with a certain company, so you've got to play with and in their clothing, but you can choose what line's comfortable for you.
Yeah, and obviously with Steve now playing in Australia, he basically plays all his bowls in shorts. Very warm in the arena here, so absolutely no problem at all. Mind you, some of the UK players be a bit scary if we got our legs out. Alex coming in, number 1.
Yes, it's all very well for these overseas that are used to these high temperatures where we have to suffer snow sometimes here.
Ben might be just looking to push through the head. He's got his own bowl to promote. I could just push tatties out.
Looks high, all depends on whether it starts to drop now.
Good attempt, as you say, just a fraction high on the line, but good position. Gives him a good head to play to for his last bowl.
A lot of the Australian and New Zealand players, Greg, are very attacking players as well. They're not frightened to run at heads early or to try and take a bowl out clean. So Ben will be after Alex bowl unless Alex can put another bowl in the head here.
Yeah, Alex obviously looking to draw another shot. Ideally, he'd like to just touch the jack round the corner, or if he misses the jack, he'll just finish just past into a good position himself. Here we are.
That's good here.
Just about perfect. Oh, could have done with just a little touch on the jack, but great attempt from Alex there.
Ben's got two options really. He could either try and go for both bowls, or if he plays a similar weight to his last and gets the trail, he could pick up a 2 from it.
I think he should be going quicker at this. Big chances. He's got the best back. He's still playing it very, very controlled. Going for the neat shot.
Looks under the line, but if it just holds...
2 shots, Alex Marshall.
He was very unlucky there. Anything on the green bowl, he would have scored. And I think most of the top 16 players would have been going a little bit quicker at that. Quite a few options if you hit the target with a bit quicker weight. It's all personal choice, obviously.
Yes, in the previous game, I had Murray Glassy in with me commentating the New Zealand qualifier. And we were watching Neil Furman from the USA against Robert Paxton. We felt a few times he had options to go a bit quicker into a head and chose the draw. And Murray sat here next to me, Greg, and said, that won't be happening with my game later. So obviously we're expecting Murray to take his opportunities later. We've had a viewer's questioning, Greg. How does the pace of the carpet at Blackpool compare to the portable rink that you played on in the last 2 WBT events? And of course you played Scotland quite a number of times because you actually won in Scotland, so congratulations for that. And that's a viewer's questioning for you, Greg.
It's a good question, actually. I mean, historically over the years, the portable rink has been pretty quick and pretty swingy, but they had a new underlay put in Scotland, and like a lot of the new underlays these days, it slowed the green down quite considerably, to be honest with you. So probably the pace here at Newton Hall is probably similar to the last 2 World Bowls Tour events. Normally we would class this as slightly slow, but this year is probably similar to the last 2 events, to be honest with you.
I think that sort of follows why a lot of the players are tending to opt for a swingier bowl, a bit slower rink. It'll give you a bit more opportunity to get back to the jack. And look at this bowl of Ben Twist's. Great bowl there.
Yeah, I think Alex might come down and have a look at this head. It's not really in his favour at all. He's instead of coming down, he's asking lots of questions, getting the information he needs from the marker. Just 1 down, that might alter his thinking. If it had been 2 down, I think he might have been trying to destroy the head. Just the 1 down, he's sticking with the draw.
He's got the chance on the draw. If he just even tips Ben's bowl, the jack would come to his own bowl at the left-hand side of your screen, but just overplayed this. But it's not a bad bowl there. It gives him opportunities with his next.
Ben just going to stick with the backhand draw. I think me personally, I'd have perhaps swapped to the forehand, tried to cover the 2 red bowls. I'm sure Alex will be looking to give it a push with his last.
The danger is here as well, Greg. If he does get to his own bowl, he might do Alex's just like that job for him. I think it was a dangerous bowl to play, really.
1 late.
Yeah, went horrendously wrong there. Just felt it was the wrong shot to start with, but slightly unlucky, but probably should have gone and had a quick look at the head. I think he would have played forehand then. Alex a free draw now. Turn the screw, put on the pressure.
Oh, that's a good track as well. Might just be pulling up short. Oh, that lets Ben off slightly.
1 late.
And Ben's got all the work to do now to actually draw a shot. Oh, these athletic Australians, no problems running back down to the mat for the shot clock.
Certainly on a good enough line. Has he got enough pace to get here?
1 shot, Alex Marshall.
Well, that was unfortunate for Ben Twist there, holding shot and then tipped the His shot ball onto the jack, which sent the jack to Alex's bowl. And Alex leads now 4-2 after 4 ends. We play 2 sets of 9 ends, and if necessary, a 3-end tie break. It's been quite interesting over the last 2 days, Greg, to watch the hands that the players have picked. Obviously, this is as you were mentioning before, it's an actual rink here at a club rink here at Blackpool Newton Hall. It's stretched a couple of times before they put the stands in, but it's a couple of metres longer than the portable rink as well. And the hands change when it's stretched and the seating stands go down.
Yeah, I think overall the rink plays quite well. What I've found is different lengths, short length or long length, the hands change quite considerably, so you quite often might change the side that you're playing because of the length of the jack, whereas normally you tend to stick to one side of the carpet if you're happy with one side. But what a lot of the players have noticed here is the swing on one side of the green has a really, really big finish, so certain lengths they try to avoid that and play the slightly flatter hand, to be honest. It's all about working out obviously the rink and the greens and trying to play the hands that give you the most consistency.
Nice crowd in now at Blackpool Newton Hall. I know towards the end of the week we're fully sold out here on tickets. Some good bowls here in the northwest of England. And good bowl there from Ben.
The gap just 3 inches.
And the other thing that was pointed out to me that I'd noticed myself a little bit is that a club member was saying earlier today, a lot of the players here this week, if they've gone for a short jack, they've tended to keep the mat back and gone short jack. Whereas tend to see it the other way around during club games and league matches. Again, that's probably down to just the way that the rink's playing, Greg.
Yeah, I think as well as obviously back end of sets, players are always thinking obviously about, you know, if they draw a good shot, the opponent might ditch the jack, whereas if the mat's back and short, it's a long way to the ditch. But with it up, you can quite often see people ditching the jack and finishing very close. So it's being tactically aware as well as just the actual length.
Another good ball there from Ben, playing well.
I think there's only a draw available for Alex. Perhaps just use his own bowl to get in. Just arrive with a few inches of pace. A little tickle off his own bowl. Could see him in, or even the outside of his own bowl. Might turn himself in for shots. Certainly down a good road.
Could just be slightly under the track here. Well, that tipped the jack slightly. Has that made that 2? No, it's still just a 1. But it does give Ben a chance of getting another shot out of this if he draws.
Depends how brave he feels, to be honest. If he played a couple of feet of weight, he could actually push Alex's bowl through or push his own bowl onto the jack for a score of 3. Or is it no? He's going to elect for the forehand draw. Open draw. Chance for 2.
Even a little touch on the green, onto the jack, onto the green, would help. I think he's under the line here, though.
Certainly something wrong with it.
1 shot, main twist.
Set score is 2-3 after 5 ends.
Still a very tight start to this opening set. Ben qualified last year in the World Pairs as well with Friends of mine, Karen Murphy. Shout out to Karen and all those in Australia if you're watching in to YouTube, or if you watch this at a more reasonable hour for Australia, then we're glad we're able to bring to you YouTube, where you can watch Ben's every bowl in this opening encounter with Alex Marshall here at the Co-operative Funeralcare International Open, hosted by Blackpool Newton Hall. I think it is a bit sunny Blackpool out there today, Greg. I've not seen much of it myself, but I went past a window and there seemed to be sunshine.
Yes, absolutely. Beautiful day out there. Bright sunshine. Probably only about 5 degrees though, so it's still a little bit cool.
So probably best to stay inside and look at it from in here. Well, Alex, are you running here?
Two poorish openers there. Unusual.
2 feet.
I think often with these games, Greg, it tends to be the first one to the jack gives the indication of how the end's going to go, and the other person then has to try and play something to change it.
And what I've noticed as well, as you say, it feels quite free, quite a nice pace on the short jacks, and then if all of a sudden if you go to a 31 metre jack, it's quite a considerable push, and as we noticed there, all 3 bowls have just dropped that 2 feet short. You've got to convince yourself to give it that extra push. I'm pretty sure Alex will with this. I expect this to be number 1. All his experience.
Yeah, you could tell by Ben's face there he wasn't too happy with that last delivery. He's given Alex a free shot here. This isn't making the trip, Greg, though.
Yeah, I think both players will be cross with themselves there with the second bowls. Both of them told themselves, come on, we know what to do. Alex looks a little bit surprised.
Good track again here from Ben. Has he made the adjustment on his weight?
Certainly going to win. How close is it going to get? Yeah, pretty good.
I suppose 2.5 feet out.
Yeah, Alex was just asking there, the marker Tom Weir, how short was my last bowl?
Yeah, just confirms the distance he needs.
Sometimes on occasions like that, Greg, you don't actually need to see the head, you just need to know how far you dropped short or how far you were through. Make that mental adjustment and you do something like this, draw shot.
Great bowl. Absolutely perfect.
1 minute.
It's almost like a machine doing a calculation in your head. 2.5 feet, yep, there we go.
Yeah, I think Alex just said to the marker there, it's quite a push there. And I don't know whether Ben might draw this or he might just put a couple of feet on and try and edge the shot bowl out.
Well, there's certainly nothing for short for him. Good track again.
But he is short. That's a poor bowl, that.
Unraised.
The direction they're playing in is away from our commentary position. So the main doors to the stadium are at that end. Whether that's made it a little cooler down there, I don't know. It was quite warm in the arena when I went in just before the match started. So, like you say, it's a longer jack, Greg, so it could just be the fact that it is that extra push being a longer carpet
Just caught
here.
them out a little bit.
Yep.
Just caught them out a little bit. Is Alex going to make Ben pay? No.
Well,
1 shot, Alex Marshall.
still close. 5-3 to Alex Marshall after 6 ends.
Set score is 5-3 after 6 ends.
Currently ranked 3 in the world, Alex. Provisional going into the number 2 position. But that all depends on what happens here. We were talking a bit to the viewers yesterday about ranking points and how much those matter to the top 16. Certainly there's a few games lined up in tomorrow's lineup that might affect the lower end of the top 16. Important to keep racking up those points, Greg.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, more important for the players that are sort of sitting in 14, 15, 16, 17 and 18 position. Obviously the cut-off point being 16 to get free entry into next year's event, so that's probably more important, the 10 points in that neck of the woods, than it is anywhere else in the ranking list.
Well, again, an unusual loose opener for Alex. We've just been very critical because this is Alex. For a lot of players, that would be a good bowl. Great reply there from Ben.
One right.
Well, Ben was on a good track
One
there.
right.
It's one red according to Tom Weir.
You have 5 inches.
Well, we often say about this N7 of a 9-end set. It's a crucial end. This is very tight at the moment, only 2 shots in it. Ben just needs to get back to that red bowl.
One right.
Yeah, I just feel Ben needs to score here. If not, I think Alex is just opening enough gap to see him home in the first set. Alex laying a good one. Would love to draw another. No danger on this forehand side. Approach is pretty good.
Looks good here. What's his pace like? Very good.
2 right.
2 red, great bowl from Alex. Virtually leaves Ben now probably 2 inches to draw the shot, and I feel he probably needs to do this to keep himself in the set.
And that's really all he's got on, Greg, isn't it? A draw.
Nothing else on. Choose a hand. He's played all 3 bowls off the backhand, so would suggest he keeps the backhand. Got the rest of the green bowl, but I'm not sure that would actually win the shot. Needs to draw the shot. 2 inches, very, very difficult.
Well, is it here?
Something's wrong with it. Not sure what, but something's wrong with it.
2 shots, Alex Marshall. Ben has 4 timeouts remaining.
Well, that's a significant difference now. Alex leads by 4 shots with 2 ends to play. Still possible, but I've got the feeling the way Alex has played the last 2 or 3 ends that he's in control here of the first set. His body language wasn't so keen on that jack delivery though.
Yeah, I think something there says the jack's not quite where he wanted it to be. Just made it over the 20.
6.5 metres.
Oh no, it's well in. Thought it just made it over the 23 marker, but no, 26 metres. But yeah, probably not quite where he wanted it. Still great opening bowl.
Made the adjustment. If he wasn't happy where the jack was, he made that adjustment and played a really good opener. Well, Ben realistically has got to try and pick up 2 shots here at least, which would give him the last end to score another 2.
Yeah, and that first bowl doesn't help. Anything short of the jack when you're looking for a double, it doesn't help the setup of the end. I'm sure Alex will just keep drawing them away now. Sliding them in, slightly behind this one, yeah. Perfect bowl.
He's still having a word with himself, is Alex. I don't know what... he's just not happy with things at the moment.
That's a lot better. Great bowl. Gives himself a big chance, that.
1 3.
Quite interesting when you're in the commentary box and you're watching the players, you see the more intensity in the faces if they seem to be unhappy or there's a problem. You normally can tell from the faces.
Now a chance here now. Lays one shot. Reasonable amount of room to add a second.
Really
Needs
wants
get
to do
in.
that, yeah.
Yep, needs to get this in. Put a bit of pressure back on Alex then. Has he sent it? Let him off. Terrible bowl, that.
1 3.
Yeah, well, there's nothing for short really there. Even if he'd have reached past, it would have given him options with his
Yep.
next bowl.
Alex has got two choices. He could play down to take the shot bowl out. Probably with a 4-shot lead, he'll probably just draw and trying to tighten things up. But he must be tempted to play through that bowl. And he is.
Well, will this hang off?
Yeah, you've called it. Just missed wide. Nothing to lose, though, there. It was a shot to nothing.
No, it would have sealed the set if he'd have got the jack or even the bowl solid. It would have sealed the set. We've seen a number of those bowls just hold off. Certainly on that hand.
This is a must for Ben.
Big chance. You don't often get these sort of free draws against the likes of Alex Marshall.
Certainly looks further, but is he further enough? No, big let off. Barely
1
further.
shot, game twist.
Well, that leaves Ben the task of trying to score a 3 at the last end of the first set to tie it up. At the moment, Alex Marshall, ball number 3, is firmly in command of this first set. It's been a good game so far, Greg, but there's been a few loose bowls that the players won't have been happy with.
Yeah, perhaps not quite as tight as both players would have liked, but overall Alex has played very consistently and not really give Ben too many chances at all. That was the last end was a chance for Ben. He really needed to make that just to put a little bit of doubt into Alex's mind for the last end, but pretty sure Alex will defend a 3-shot cushion on the last end. Ben's just ditched the jack as well, so it'll be Alex's length. Obviously Ben went to change the length, but a little bit too much adrenaline. Cast the jack too far into the ditch.
Mentioning this with Murray Glassy earlier today when he was in the com box with me, Greg, is they were saying that they haven't practiced really with the jack out there. There's been 4 of the overseas, as they're calling it, the overseas caravan, because they're all staying together. And when they've gone out there, they've practiced just the 4 of them, and none of them have sent a jack.
Is it the caravan of love?
Oh. I don't know, but
a lot
4
of the players,
good lads.
Yeah, a lot of the players will go out there and they'll cast the jacks to get used to the jacks. But I do agree, a lot of the time there's a jack each end, and we just place it and practice our draws and our shots. But some of the lads do actually roll the jack to get the feel for it. And again, Ben short with his first bowl, which when you're chasing 3 is absolutely no use at all. Don't know whether it is a touch slower out there this afternoon than during practice, because he's dropped a few bowls just a touch short, not much, but just enough to be out of the game.
I know certainly yesterday afternoon, when we got as far as the 5th game of the day, I mean we're only on 3rd game of the day here, but the 5th game of the day, the players said that they temperature and pace changed in there, but we're only just after lunch, Greg, so be interesting to find out, really. We'll have an ask later.
How far short's mine? Mine too, please.
This one's 2 feet, this one's 2.5 feet.
Very difficult for Ben. He's needing 3 shots, and with 2 short bowls, he's got to try and make something happen.
Or does he just try and get his drawing back in line for the second set?
Well, it's a little bit early for that. He should be looking to get the 3. No, slipped through with that one as well.
Alex will just want another one in here, surely, if he gets one nicely tucked in behind those 2 short bowls.
Yeah, anything that passes those is good enough, or in between those, that's plenty good enough. Absolutely no chance of a 3 now. Again, Alex has played a good, solid end, and Ben really, his first bowl dropping short has given him very few chances. I can't see any chance to make a 3, to be honest.
It might be one of those technical hit and hope shots.
Yeah, but even if he hit and some miracle made a 3, there'd be so much room for Alex to get in with the last. I just can't see it happening. Here goes with your hit and hope, Janice. There's the hit and no hope.
I just couldn't see it getting back to the red balls at the back, Greg, but I suppose it was the only thing he could try, really. So Alex Marshall takes the first set, and we move into set 2. What's Ben got to do here? Just regroup?
Well, no, I mean, to be fair, Ben has played well. Alex has played very, very consistently, and certainly deserves the set. Ben's probably just missed the odd chance here and there, and against somebody like Alex, you need to take those. So probably needs to tighten up his first bowl a little bit, and then just take the chances when they're sort of available to him. Alex's point of view, he'll be quite happy. Nice, consistent first set. But even then, he'll still be looking to just tighten up and roll a few more in a little bit closer. Interesting stuff.
Whoever wins this game would face the winner of the next game up this afternoon, Stuart Anderson. Stuart Irwin, the English qualifier. Don't forget to stick with us, we're with you all afternoon.
That's another good bet for me then, so the winner will be playing Stuart.
Very good chance. It's great for commentary, isn't it? A Stuart versus a Stuart.
Yeah, I didn't think I'd put my name down for that one.
I did say to Stuart Anderson when he was asking me about his opponent, Stuart Irwin, who's from Cumbria. What's he like? I said, well, don't have an argument with him. He's a heavyweight boxing champion. He's won many titles in the boxing ring, so he's a man you don't want to argue with. Lovely bloke. He really is a lovely bloke. It's quite a picture to think of him going in a boxing ring. Oh, not a bad ball by Ben. You certainly picked the match of the day, I think, to join me in the comms box, Greg. There's been some good balls sent by both players. Very interesting game. Great reply there from Alex.
Okay, it's half an inch short of Jack high.
Yeah, looks like a change of hand for Ben. Again, needs to be a positive draw. Ideally looking to trail the jack away from Alex's red bowl. Good line for it. Has he got enough push?
Might get his own bowl.
That's a good attempt, that.
It's 10 inches short. Gap.
Certainly the right shot there. Try and squeeze the jack past the red bowl. This time Alex will probably be obviously looking to draw another shot, but ideally he'd like to just pass the jack.
This looks to be dipping under as well.
Yeah, Alex will not be happy with that. So small adjustment needed for Ben. His weight was very good last time. Touch wider, see if he can just trail that jack past the red bowl. He's got one, if not two bowls waiting for it, so the reward is there if he can get it right.
Well, track looks good. It's whether he's overcompensated.
Great attempt here.
Looks closer, Greg. He was a bit unlucky there, really.
Yeah, very much. He was very, very close to being spot on target. Even a smaller little glide off the front one would have seen him onto the jack, but he's just a little bit too thick. Saw him just past the jack, and Alex will be quite relieved to go to the mat, laying one shot. Perfect draw for two. This will certainly be wider.
Might just be not touch under again.
Doesn't want the jack.
Well,
2 shots, Alec Marshall.
he obviously played it for that weight, Greg.
Yeah, very, very good bowl. I mean, obviously,
It was a confident bowl to play,
confident
wasn't it?
draw,
Yeah,
absolutely.
definitely.
I think had he caught the jack, he might have been one down, but perfect bowl. Straight onto his own bowl for 2 shots.
Opens up the second set nicely for him. Now this is when, as a qualifier, you think, I don't want the seed to run away from me. Alex ties a couple of ends together now. It puts all the pressure on Ben, because Ben's got to win this set. Alex won the first set 7-5. Yeah, a bit short. I think we heard him not so happy with that. It's still probably made shot, but heard the slap of the thigh.
Yeah, I think slap of the thigh even. He knew he's just slightly under the line. At the moment, he's putting a lot of good bowls in within a foot, but Alex is getting one in nice and tight, and hence that's why Alex is winning the ends. He's drawing the touches. Here comes another one, I think. Certainly good enough for shot. Yeah, great bowl. As you say, I think Ben is playing well, but he's just leaving enough room, and Alex is more than good enough to draw right in tight and right onto the jack.
This looks just overplayed. He was playing to reach that last bowl of Alex's. That's Ben having a word with himself now at the back of the rink. It's a very lonely place out there, singles games. A lot of people don't like playing singles, would rather be involved in team events.
Might see our first drive of the match here. Ben might decide enough is enough with a draw. Let's give it a hit. No,
Doesn't like it.
doesn't like it. You can see by his reaction. And he obviously went through the gap there and took took Alex's third bowl away. We didn't quite see the action, but Alex's bowl was just a foot through the head. And we'd guess he would probably be now looking to replace that, something between the two green bowls.
I would think Ben would choose to go again at this point. The 2 bowls would go, so Alex needs to cover in case he gets the jack.
Time out goals. Alex has 4 timeouts remaining.
The thing is, you can't cover everything. Ben could take the 2 bowls away for 2 shots. He could take the jack through into the ditch for 2 shots. So I'd suggest Alex would try to split the 2 green ones, so he would be 4th bowl and also cover. So damage limitations then, whatever Ben did, he could probably only score 1. Yeah, forehand. I'm pretty sure he's looking to split the 2 red bowls.
Yes, they've certainly got big drives, the Australians and New Zealand players. I'm not frightened to use them.
Or Alex could go to try and turn the jack into his own to really tighten the head up. That's a good bowl.
2 red.
Still the 2 red. I think he was hoping to get to being 3rd bowl there.
Yeah, he was hoping to. I mean, obviously, he was hoping to get right up and right into the jack. I think Ben will still go at this. He'll probably go a little bit more control. Allow the bowl to bend a little bit, and he would like to get off the red bowls onto the jack now.
Time out called.
Called a timeout at a good time. He doesn't want to rush himself into this shot. Quite important. Doesn't want to drop another 2.
Backhand runner, a little bit more control, I would suggest. No, still gone very quick.
Well, Alex must have known that was the perfect blocking position for where Ben was going to play.
Marshall.
Takes a 4-shot lead in the second set. He was just under the line really with that, Greg. It's 4-0 down, second set. This is when top seeds start to tie ends together. Let the non-seed try to play for the shots, find the shots.
Jack then, 28 metres.
Well, not a bad opening lead from Alex there.
Yeah, I think Alex looks very, very much in control of this match now. Getting his first bowl
14
about, and then his adjustment is falling into place and getting even closer with his second and third. To my mind, he's looking very, very much to dominate this game now.
Yeah, very much in control, really. We've seen that a few times over the last couple of days. Of course, this is only day 2 of the event, but first sets for the seeds. Greg, you know yourself, especially against an opponent like you played, Rob Chizzo, you've got to be on your A game, and it gives you that match practice as well.
Yeah, definitely. Say, watching this match, I really, really feel Ben needs to step up a gear or 2 now, and at the moment he's not quite doing that. And if he keeps giving Alex chances, Alex will just roll him in all day long. All on pace, perfect line. Very good.
Yeah, great bowl.
Looking at this head, it's a bit of an awkward one, I think.
2 possible.
Possibly take a little bit of chance and arrive down the forehand.
Last ball's 5 inches short of Jack high.
Push the bowl out, stop in its place, run the jack through.
Really needs to alter something somewhere along the way.
Yeah, that's what he's gone for. Needs to miss the front red, I think. Oh, the front red's actually helped him a little bit.
One red.
It's still 1 red, but it's better than the possible 3 it was, because I think the marker Tom Weir indicated it was 2 measure for 3.
I mean, it looks a forehand draw here, but Alex has played all 3 bowls on the backhand and played them well. He might stick to the backhand and just slide one in. No, confident enough to swap to the forehand.
Time out called.
Yeah, didn't want to just rush himself there on the mat.
That's the thing, you know, as a player, if it's getting down to the last few seconds, absolutely no point rushing your delivery because it will not go where you want. You've got to use that time out.
You very rarely nowadays see players using all 5 timeouts unless it's a really, really tight game. So Alex has got plenty of timeouts within this game to use.
I think that's because players just play it blind a lot of the time. They don't want to be up the other end with the 4th bowl to play because they know they haven't got time. So for a lot of the ends, they just don't go to visit when they normally would. I personally feel there should be 60 seconds on the 4th bowl, which allows you time to study the head and play the end. Ben going for the same shot, looking for the red bowl takeout, doesn't really want the jack. Oh, he might have fluked one here. He
Wow.
has.
One shot, Ben Twist.
2 edges and 6 on the jack.
Yeah, 1-0 down, 4-0 down. You've got to take everything that goes your way.
6-4.
Now he needs to step up a gear, play a good end.
Yes, there's been various different comments about the shot clock over the years it's been in. It's been in a few years now, so whether some changes will be made. I know a number of the players would rather it disappeared altogether when it gets to a tie-break time. I certainly feel for the qualifiers. If you actually manage to get one of these guys that sat next to me into a tie-break, you want as much time to take your time over shots as you can get. But it's certainly created a bit of interest for the crowds. The 30 seconds and 60 seconds.
Yeah, as I said, I think, you know, for the first 3 bowls, 30 seconds is plenty, no problem at all. And I actually think if there was 60 seconds on the 4th bowl, you'd probably not really need a tie break. A timeout, or at least you could drop back to the 3. But 30 seconds on the 4th bowl, if you're at the head, you're virtually running back to play your bowl. So, as you say, a lot of players decide not to visit the head only on the occasions they're going to use their timeouts.
I think we were both in the commentary box yesterday when Michael Cheeseman played Mervyn King, and certainly throughout the first set I don't think Michael visited the head at all, and that's a new qualifier. Perhaps he was concerned about the shot clock.
Not sure Ben's quite wide enough unless he can hold on just to rest the bowl. Which side's he going to get? Just the wrong side for him.
Again, like you say, he's playing good bowls, but they're just not good enough bowls.
Yeah, he's playing good bowls, but he's just leaving too much room for Alex, and Alex is rolling them in, and he's getting better and better as the game goes on. Getting more and more consistent. So instead of being 1 or 2 red bowls in the area, there's now 3 or 4.
Look of concentration there on Ben Twist's face. Needs this to go somewhere near. Might have just overplayed it again, Greg.
One red.
Last one, Tom, about 5, please.
Yeah, and again, I mean, Ben's played 3 bowls. They're not bad. They're all within the region, but
He's going to be looking at 2-3 down in a minute.
pretty sure that Alex will go closer with this one. And then, again, Ben's got to find something special to score. Perfect line again from Alex. Any touch on the jack is really good.
Yep, great bowl. That gives him a toucher as well.
If it just rolls over, if it sits out, there we are. It's absolutely perfect now. Before Ben could see the jack on the trail.
2 red.
The problem is here for Ben, he needs just to nudge it so that the jack will just roll probably 18, 20 inches any more and the jack will fly right to the back of the rink, and Alex will have miles to draw the shot. But at 4-1 down, needs to make something happen.
He's playing a runner. The ideal ball,
Doesn't
like you say,
like
was
it.
probably just a cracking
Doesn't
leg on
like
that ball.
it. He's in big trouble
He's
now.
taking his own ball out
Big
here.
trouble now.
Wow.
I think what he was actually looking there was he was looking to try and take the second bowl out first, which would have killed all his weight, and then back into the shot bowl and hoping that the jack wouldn't move too much, but pulled it under the line, took his own bowl out, and he's certainly going to face 2, possibly 3. Alex playing on the safe hand, can't do any damage on this hand. Didn't want to repeat his draw on the forehand in case he nudged it. Anything past the front is going to count.
Yeah, it's in. It's good.
Very good.
4 shots, Alec Marshall.
Set score is 8-1 after 4 ends.
Yeah, I think that was a full house 4. I looked only 3 on the camera, but I'm pretty sure they scored 4 there.
Yeah, I think Sandra McLeish gave out the score there as 8-1 after 4 ends.
That's the thing with TV angles, you're never quite sure. But on the rink it's very clear. Alex in a very commanding position now. And as I said, Janice has just been getting better and better as the game's gone on, more and more consistent.
He's certainly finding his lines very well with these opening bowls. Forces Ben to have to try and create something. Good bowl again. I know there's still 5 ends left, but Ben Twist has got to win this set to take us into a tie break, so that means he needs to score 8 shots in 5 ends. Possible. But a betting man would say differently when he's playing Alex Marshall. Good track again here. His pace. He's only needing to really put bowls around and in and about. Puts all the pressure on Ben then. Ben's the one that's got to create stuff.
Yeah, Alex looking very good form in this second set. Majority of the bowls landing exactly where he wants them to. Ben's got a good reply here. Just needs to get past. No, just dropping the wrong side again. As we say, Ben's played well, but he's just dropped the wrong side or just left enough gap for Alex to get in. So he's played okay, but obviously to beat Alex Marshall, you've got to play pretty special. And this is the confidence of Alex now. Bowls in the way, and he's still quite happy to draw down that side, looking to score a goal between the 2 green ones. You know
Looks
he's
close.
Yeah, you know he's playing well when he's confident enough to do that. That's awesome bowling. Absolutely awesome.
Well, he does like coming to Blackpool, does Alex? Feels like it's a welcoming club for him.
Big drive. Looked like he was closer to his own green bowls again than the shot bowls.
He says one of the stewards here is one of his lucky charms. She always dyes her hair to match his bowl's colour. And how he sought her out as soon as he arrived here this week. And she was all of a fluster.
I'm sure. A lovely position for Alex to be in. Just running deep, just in case Ben destroys the head. This way he's going to have the deepest bowl. That will also cover both spots. And we might be back to one of your shots, Janice. The hit and hope. And seriously, the hope needs to come into it this time. because Alex has got all bases covered here.
Yeah, but Ben can't afford to drop the 3.
Oh, correct. It is
so
the
he's
correct
got to
shot.
hit something.
Yep. Hit the front bowl, and then, as you say,
Hope.
just hope that it rolls your way. It's gone very controlled.
He's trying to play the perfect bowl here. Timer under his own short bowl. He's in the area. Might just get wrecked on his own short bowl though. Oh, turned it over. Might have got shot out of it.
Yeah, I think he was aiming to get inside it, but yeah, he just managed to turn it up.
Well, that
Good
keeps
shot.
him in the game.
Yeah, great shot. I thought he was going to hit and hope, but credit to him. He played a good shot, looking to get under, just the correct weight. Turned his own in for shot bowl. Gives him a lift. Now he needs a good opening bowl.
Yes, Alex is still in the commanding position in this set, 8-2 up. There's a 6-shot lead with 4 ends to play. And 6 shots is no good to Ben Twist because he has to win the set. Tie's no good. Has to win it to take us into our first tie break. We've not had a tie break so far in this tournament.
That's incredible.
It's not often we've gone this long before at least one tie break along the way. Still a few games that could go to tie breaks yet in these first rounds. Good track again here. Yeah, just made it. Great bowl. Just that's all he needs to do. Just keep putting the pressure on with the bowl.
Again, Ben had played a very good opening bowl. Unfortunately for him, he just left probably 8 inches there. Alex has gone down first bowl, drawn the shot. Developing into a very good end, this. Another great attempt from Ben. Gives him a bit of position, gives him a good head. Alex will be aware of that. Looking to draw another one in, ideally just past the jack.
Good track again.
Has he pushed it?
Could be right here, just dropped it short. Ben really wants to try and just beat that red bowl. Just something slightly behind gives him options again. Great effort again.
Yeah, Alex will be aware of this back position now. He may well switch to the forehand. Try and just cover
7 inches.
the 2 green bowls behind the jack. Might looking to just draw onto those. Yeah, most definitely seen the danger.
Looks good for it. Just needs to hang out a touch.
Too late.
Very good.
It just dipped as it slowed up towards the end. It's still 2 shots.
Yeah, Ben now looking backhand, I think 2 to 3 yards of pace. 2 chances. He could get the 2 red bowls out, or he could get onto the jack. It's okay getting this shot, but he needs to leave the shots reasonably close because Alex has last bowl. So probably 2 to 3 yards of pace. He's gone a lot quicker.
Looks
Can't
under
see
the
how
line.
Yeah, just couldn't see even if he hit the target there, how he was going to leave them close.
Well, Alex has got the room there to draw for 3 now. I think the 2's already probably the nail in the coffin.
I think the 2's good enough, but yeah, absolutely. He's got a free draw, so he'll go down and give it a nice wide line, and if he's got a good pace, he'll drop in for a 3rd shot.
Looking good, all on his pace. Pace looks good as well.
Excellent.
3
Might be
on the
too good.
card.
3 shots,
No.
Alex Marshall.
3 it is.
Well, that leaves world number 3, Alex Marshall, 9 shots up with just 3 ends left to play. That means that Ben's got to try and conjure up 10 shots over 3 ends to win this set, if my mathematics is correct.
Start the car.
Exactly. Or start the plane. These guys travel a long way to play.
Yeah, I think Ben would probably think he would like to have played a little bit better, but Alex has played really good. Been very, very consistent.
Don't forget, if you do decide to shoot away and leave us, we're straight back after this game with Stuart Anderson versus Stuart Irwin, followed on by Jonathan Ross and Murray Glassy from New Zealand. And the final game today, Andy Thompson MBE and Dick Light. You can keep your questions coming in, we'll try and get them answered. I believe I've got Nick Brett, world number 1, joining me next. And Mark Royals doing a stint in the commentary box with me later on. And for the final game today, I've got the World Bowls Tour CEO, Richard Maddison, to take any of your questions. We've had a few World Bowls Tour questions, so we decided we'll drag him in for an hour to grill him on some questions, Greg.
The gap, this ball, the gap is 3 inches, this ball's 4 inches.
This ball at the stage, is that Jack Cradle from?
This ball here? No, you're 3 inches past Jack High.
Well, Ben's holding the 2 shots. 2 very good shots as well. Still not a lot of pressure on Alex. He still knows that Ben needs to be virtually counting full houses. Well, he's got an opportunity here, Greg.
Yes, most definitely. Lays 2 good shots. Repeat the dose again with the 3rd bowl and get Alex under a bit of pressure. Looks to be on the same line. Wants to swing in, doesn't want to leave a target. Needs to swing in. 3 great bowls, Ben. Very good.
That's certainly what we're used to seeing from Ben Twist.
Yeah, that has given Alex a problem, that. Might see one of Alex's big drives here.
Even if he gets one away, if he gets the
Correct.
front green bowl, I know they're all touches, but
Correct. Scores on the board, 11-2. Damage limitation, if he takes 1 out, 2 out, is plenty good enough.
he was just looking at the scoreboard then, Greg. I think he was just working out what
Yeah.
he needs.
Equally, he might do it on the draw. The way he's been drawing, there's certainly still room for him to save. If he's shaping up backhand, it's going to be a drive. Yep, pretty sure it is. Your damage limitation. Take anything green away. No, he's gone for a backhand draw. There must be room round the front. Big swinging bowls. Needs to pass the front.
Tell you what, he's looking close.
This is going to break Ben's heart, this one. Great bowl.
What a great bowl that was. Don't think Ben's got any way to get at that bowl now. He'll have to look.
1 green.
Still 1, but that's not enough for him. He needs to try and find a way of removing the last bowl from Alex Marshall. I'm not sure how he does that.
I think the only chance is to drive the front red bowl straight onto the other red,
And there's no timeouts remaining.
and he could score a 3 that way. I can't see any of the green bowls going on to the red, so I think he needs to play red onto red. His drives have not been the best so far today. Oh, he's seen something else as well.
He's just trying to play the timer, which he is. It's a struggle for hand to play a timer on down there.
One shot, big twist, second set in the match.
So Alex Marshall, world number 3, steps into the second round. I'd like to thank you for your company this afternoon, Greg.
You're very welcome. Alex played really good there, really steady. Looks set for a long run in this tournament.
Yeah, some good bowls there. Join us after the short break for Stuart Anderson and Stuart Irwin.
The next match will follow on in just a couple of seconds, and then have their trial-ins before they start. Thank you.
This is going to be good, Stuart and Stuart.
Bottle or
Yeah, my money's on Stuart anyway. Enjoy it.
We'll be with you in just 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. Just one little technical hitch we're just sorting. Right, sorry about that. Right, well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to your second match of the afternoon here at Blackpool Newton Hall in the Co-operative Funeralcare International Open. And let's bring your players on for this match. Well, this gentleman, ladies and gentlemen, is a former boxer, joined the Professional Bowls Association, and he has qualified for his first time on the WBT circuit. Please welcome Stuart Oscar Irwin. And up against him, ladies and gentlemen, 2016 World Indoor Pairs Champion. He's Scottish international. He's world ranked at number 9. Please welcome Stuart Anderson. Go straight into the match. Hand you over to commentary with Janice Gower and Nick Brett.
Thanks very much, Richard. Yeah, I'm delighted to be joined in commentary box for this game by world number 1 and defending champion here, Nick Brett. Welcome to commentary again. Thanks for joining me, Nick.
No problem, thanks very much.
Interesting game here. It's going to definitely be, as Greg called it before he left the commentary box, I think Stuart might win this.
Yeah, nothing like the obvious there.
Jack length 29.
Yeah, we've got Stuart Anderson, world number 9, and Stuart Irwin, who's the English qualifier, qualified at Carlisle Indoor Bowls Club, where he beat his very good friend Kevin Harrison in the final. Kevin's here to support him, which is nice to see. And of course, sadly, we've lost Carlisle Indoor at the moment. It was flooded the back end of last year. And Stuart arrived early here to try and get as much practice in as he can on the actual rink and on the rink 7 and 6 that we have here at the club that you can practice on, to just try and play some bowls. That was what his concern was, the fact that he hadn't bowled much since the qualification. Not a bad opener from Stuart. And as mentioned by Richard Maddison in the walk-on, Stuart Irwin is a heavyweight boxing champion. So when Stuart Anderson asked me back when the draw was done, did I know who Stuart Irwin was, what was he like, I said, well, play bowls against him, Stuart, don't try and fight him. I got a wee smile off Stuart Anderson at that response. Always hard for the qualifiers though, Nick, when first time here.
Yeah, Stuart's been here a day or so now, practicing and around the environment, so he'll, would have got used to what does go on. Now he's just got to get used to what goes on while he's on the rink rather than others.
Yeah, your head has got to be within what you're playing when you're out there. Stuart Anderson, of course, is no stranger to WBT events, so he'll be hoping to use that as his advantage here.
He'll be looking to get off to a fast start, not let the qualifier settle down, really.
This was one of the aspects when I actually saw Stuart Irwin qualify, Nick, that I was concerned about. He has got a very, very slow delivery. If we get to a pressure point in the game, that delivery might struggle with the shot clock, I think.
Yeah, well, time will tell with that, really. He'll, if he likes to, be deliberate and take his time, he might have to call a timeout if he wants to go and have a look. So, but, I'm sure he would have thought about all of those things, and we'll see how he puts them in play in due course.
Yeah, he's had some experienced bowlers up at Carlisle to speak to over it, of course. I'll give a shout out to all of those in Carlisle watching and supporting Stuart Irwin. I'm sure the likes of Trevor and Gavin Taylor and Stuart Airy will be watching in. And Stuart Irwin plays 3 in the Denny Cup side to another well-known player up at Carlisle, Stephen Farish. So he's got some experienced players that they've been able to speak to about coming to the event. That's quite an amazing feat, I think, from Carlisle as well, that they've always had this reputation in the Denny Cup, and they're still going even though they haven't got a club now. Oh, great effort there by Stuart, just looking to trail the jack.
Yeah, I think the Cumbrians in general had a great record in indoors and out in national competitions. Forced to be reckoned with in everything they go into, really.
Yeah, I know they've been having practice sessions at Penrith indoor to just try and keep them team sharp. Stuart Anderson got off to a good start there. 2 shots at the first end.
Jack length 29.5 metres.
Stuart, of course, from Ayrshire. So, as we've given a shout out to the Cumbrians, we'll give a shout out to those in Ayrshire watching Stuart. I'm sure his family are watching in, supporting him. Stuart Anderson plays with Taylor Aces, for those people that like to know what the players play with, size 4s. And again, we've got another player out there this week playing with a size 5, Nick. Stuart Irwin likes to play with a size 5 bowl, but he's a big lad. He can probably get away with that.
Well, exactly. Maybe a size 6.
He'll be happy with that. Just wants to get on the card really to begin with. I think that's the settler. If in the first 2 or 3 ends you can get on the card in the first set. And Stuart will be looking to stop that happening. Got too many Stuarts involved in this game already, I've just realised.
Yeah, there's going to be a bit of a tongue twisters going on, I think.
It doesn't help. They are both spelt differently because Stuart Anderson's the EW and Stuart Irwin's the UA, but that doesn't come out when you actually say it. Good job it's not the last game of the day, Nicholas. I'd be terribly tongue-tied with it all, I think. Well, Stuart Irwin watching this again. Looks a good track.
Yeah, it'll never go amiss just there. Stuart might have to just reach one of his red ones, unless he's going to try and to be perfect right round.
The other player that tends to opt for the draw to get himself out of trouble, Stuart Anderson. He has got the running ball, of course.
Henri. 2 feet.
Won the World Indoor Singles back in 2013. And then earlier this year, 2016 January, he won the World Pairs with his very good friend Darren Burnett. Darren's featured in one of our games here tomorrow. Stuart looks under the line here. He's begging it to stay high, but I think it's got to go somewhere.
Yeah, made it a little harder for Stuart to play the draw, but I think Stuart might be a little bit more aggressive this time, whether he's looking for the clean down the backhand or through his own red front one.
Both very quiet men on the rink as well, Nick.
Yeah, don't seem to be.
Very studious.
I think we all tend to concentrate, probably more.
Yes, I think I was saying in the first game today, Mark Royal's game, Mark Royal had a bit of a banter with the crowds, as Mark tends to do at times. But sometimes the shot clock's taken that element away because you've got to remember you've only got so long to deliver a bowl. You can't perhaps nick a sweet off a tub on the first table or something like you used to be able to.
Yeah, no, the shot clock's certainly giving you less time.
Well, just needs to sit down. Good effort.
One shot, Stuart Irwin.
Well, that puts Stuart Irwin on the card.
Set score is 2-1 after 2 ends.
So that's a nice settler for him.
Yeah, like you said before, it's always good to get on the card as early as you can, and then you're actually playing a game of bowls rather than worrying about what the score could be.
Jack length 30 metres.
Match officials, we've got, well, that was a picture of Kevin Harrison was sat on the back row there. Stuart Irwin's very good friend and gentleman he beat in the singles final at Carlisle to be here. I was just saying the match officials, we've got Sandra McLeish out on the rink. Francis Fletcher is the umpire, and I believe it's Tom Weir on shot clock for this game. Very strong umpiring team here at the WBT. Have to be, because players have only got the 30 seconds to deliver the next bowl, so they need to be on the ball about information for the players, as well as be accurate on the measures.
Yeah, definitely. I think all the players are looking for a quick response, really. So I suppose the umpires have almost got to try and predict what we're going to say before we say it, so they haven't got to walk around the head 2 or 3 times.
Yes, I know in one of the interviews I was doing with one of the umpires at the World Championships for some streaming clips we're going to try and compile and put together for you for YouTube of the different people involved in the World Bowls Tour. That was one of the questions that was asked about knowing the players involved and knowing what questions they're going to ask and the different mannerisms. Different people call timeouts in a different way. That's why it's very, very important that the World Bowls Tour match officials work as a team. They know certainly the top 16's mannerisms and
Yeah, well, we get to know where they stand and what their movements, as well as them getting to know what we do.
of course a very emotional week probably for Sandra towards the back end of this week because Sandra McLeish retires. She marked your World Bowls final in January, Nick, and that was a emotional one for it. I do a lot of the photographs for the World Bowls Tour as well, and when she'd marked that final she said, "Will you please take a photograph of me and Nick?" You don't even have to ask, Sandra, not a problem. And I think your answer was the same, wasn't it? She's put a lot of years of work in the World Bowls Tour and decided to stand down while she's at the top. We have a young man taking over called Dan McManus, who I'm sure is listening in at the moment. He's joining us back end of this week to just acclimatise to the venue. And he's taking over for his first official stint at the Tour Card Finals here in May, which is the next event after this.
Stuart will be looking to add this and make a decent start for himself here. If he can slide this one in for 4-1, that'll be acceptable for him.
Yeah, Stuart Owen really was unlucky there, Nick, because he
was,
almost
yeah,
played the
literally,
perfect ball, yeah.
4 feet out, I thought he was going to do enough to get down, but just stood on the high side.
Two declared.
Set score is 4-1 after 3 ends. Jack angle 13.5 metres.
Yeah, opting for the longer length jack. It's actually played on rink 2 here at Blackpool Newton Hall. The stands are on rinks 1 and 3. So it's not the portable rink out there, and a lot of the qualifiers like that because they're not having to come across players that know the portable rink inside out. But the other side to it is it's a lot longer rink than the portable rink, Nick, so you've got to take that into account if you're playing tee to tee.
Yeah, definitely. It's just a normal club rink, which is great for everybody, really, because we all play on normal rinks all the time round. The portable rink it's got its little differences and quirks, really, whereas these haven't. So I think it levels it out, to be honest.
Great ball there from Stuart Irwin. Stuart Anderson looks down a good track here. very close to getting to the bowl. Just got the jack first. Yeah, still got to the bowl, so he's got a shot out of it. That was a really good reply.
One red.
Yeah, two great bowls, to be honest. Stuart Ernie will be a little disappointed that his didn't fall over, and Stuart's played a great bowl to follow it up.
Needs to just reach his own bowl here. Both players jogging up the green to just have a look at the state of play here. He's just under the pace, really. Good effort.
I think Stuart will just be looking to go round a little bit round the back, I would say.
Like you say, I think he's possibly just dropped a little bit short from what he wanted there. Because it does mean that Stuart Irwin now can perhaps play that bit of a reacher and...
Yeah, he's certainly be unlucky to be any worse off.
Looks to just be on the wide side. If it comes behind, though, it gives him another shot with his last bowl. Don't forget, we're with you for every ball played here at the Co-operative Funeralcare International Open 2016, kindly hosted by Blackpool Newton Hall. And we like to feel that you feel involved, so if you have any questions you want us to put to any of the players, Nick who's sat next to me, or anybody else with regards to questions that you're interested in finding out the answer to, you can message us on YouTube or on Facebook or on our Twitter, which is World Bowls Tour 1. Well, that's changed it a bit. Now Stuart Irwin can't afford to tip his own bowl out of the head.
Just over an inch.
Stuart obviously wasn't looking to cover last time. He was looking to play that bowl, so, and he has changed it for the better. So, yeah, fair. Good effort.
He's played with a bit more weight. What he doesn't want to do is get the short bowl of Stuart's onto his own out the head. I think he's just played this under, though. Probably not played it with enough weight either, Nick.
No, he'd adjusted the line, but it would have looked a somewhat difficult shot after Stuart's last one.
Set score is 5-1 after 4 ends.
Yeah, the world number 9 takes a 4-shot lead after 4 ends. In this opening set, we play 2 sets of 9 ends, and if necessary, a 3-end tie break. Stuart Anderson is currently ranked at 9, and this is the last of our World Bowls Tour ranking events. There's provisional 9 for next year as well, but that's all still dependent on what happens at this tournament. The key for these top 16 players is to try and remain in the top 16 and keep adding the points to the tally.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be some moving up and down in the rankings in this last tournament. Depends on, obviously, all the results.
I think there's a big day for that tomorrow. There's a couple of games tomorrow that are key for people staying in and dropping out of the top 16. Still to come today, we've got Jonathan Ross versus Murray Glassy, the New Zealand qualifier, and then the final game today, Andy Thompson MBE versus Dick Lai. But tomorrow we start again with you on YouTube at 1 o'clock, where we've got 4 really good games lined up. Darren Burnett versus Billy Jackson. Mark Dawes, the homes to here, but also in the top 16 versus Irish qualifier Graham McKee. Les Gillett versus Jamie Chesney. And then the final game of the event, Paul Foster MBE versus John Fleming, and that completes your first round draw. Some interesting ties tomorrow.
Yeah, very much so. And the fight for spots could either go on another 2 or 3 days or be sorted.
Yes, certainly the two key games there that we're referring to with regards the sort of bottom end of the top 16 are Mark Dawes playing Graham McKee and Les Gillett playing Jamie Chesney. At the moment, Mark Dawes and Les Gillett are in the top 16. Jamie Chesney is firmly knocking on the door there. Well, end 5 is 5-1 down is Stuart Irwin. He's 3 against him here. Can he draw shot?
Doesn't look like he's quite running.
Oh, we'll be disappointed in that.
He will, but he's got one more left. Same line with a couple of feet, he won't be far away. Assuming that Stuart doesn't make it harder.
No, I think Stuart Hanson's just got the draw in again, really. If he gets a 4 here, it would be even better for the Anderson cause. Not really a target at the moment. And that's what Stuart Anderson won't really want to do. He won't want to put any sort of wing bowl that's a target. And this makes it harder to draw it, Nick.
Yeah, certainly that's what Stuart Anderson would have wanted, not what Stuart Irwin would have wanted.
Looks just under the line for the runner. I fear that's a 4. Yeah, that gives the world number 9 an 8-shot lead with 4 ends to play in the first set. It's very hard when you're out there, Nick, especially in your first time. You want the experience, but you know how hard it is to qualify. So when you get there, you want to do your best when you get there.
Yeah, it's certainly not easy. I mean, the first number of times I qualified, you know, the experience is great, but you're really desperately trying to win the game. And it's not easy to settle yourself down. Just try and tell yourself it's just a normal game, but it does take a while for some of us to settle down, really. Stuart's old hands won number of stuff in the World Bowls Tour arena, so he's not got anything to settle down for, and he's playing pretty good.
But again, Stuart Anderson was, like yourself, Nick, had to battle your way through the PBAs. You're two of the players that did that. So, you know, it just proves that the system does work. You enter your qualifiers. It's just when you get there, you need to try and tie a few games together to give yourself a chance, really.
Oh, definitely, yeah. You know, everybody wants to play bowls, you know, on the TV, don't they? And when you get here, it's a touch harder than the qualifiers, and the qualifiers are not easy at all. I mean, fortunately, I did get through a number, but I lost way more than I got through in. But I was just lucky enough to scrape enough points to get in.
And once you're in there, it's just building up on that as you go, isn't it? Making sure you don't lose too many first round games.
Yeah, you're desperately trying to accumulate first round wins, and then all of a sudden you do sort of feel part of the tournament. If you can, obviously, then you're looking for second round wins, quarter final wins, but not easy to accumulate all of those in a row.
Well, there's been a couple of qualifiers that have gone on to win tournaments in the past, one being Les Gillett many moons ago when he won the, as it was then, the Booper, which then turned into this International Open. And of course Robert Chisholm won the Welsh International Open as it was at that time.
That's right. That just shows it's not easy to do it, and those that have done it are good players.
We were talking about the qualifications earlier today with Murray Glassy, who joined me in commentary. He was telling me he had to play 8 games, or win 8 games, to get here. That was a great shot from Stuart Irwin.
Yeah, it's certainly a great result, there's no doubt about that.
8 games to win to get here, and then it took him 2 days of travel to actually arrive at the venue. Puts in perspective sometimes what the overseas players and qualifiers have to do. They've got as tough a time over there as we have to try and qualify here. Well, Stuart Anderson. Stuart Irwin's holding 2. Can you cut that down?
On green.
Well, if he picked a 2 up here, it would certainly keep him in this first set. Looks a good track with this one.
Just needs to keep coming a little further.
One shot, Stuart Irwin.
I'm just giving up that. There was a big opportunity there to score a 2, really.
2 after 6 ends.
Nothing for short. That's when you're just trying to play the neat bowl instead of making sure you reach.
Yeah, he just played a runner down the other side, and so he would have.
Well, the situation we're into end 7. Stuart Anderson is 7 shots up with 3 ends to play.
Jack lane 29.5 metres.
Good lead from Stuart Irwin now would help the cause, but I fear he might have just dropped this a little short.
Yeah, great start from Stuart Anderson there.
And the winner of this game would face Alex Marshall MBE. So it doesn't get any easier.
Go off.
Great ball from
Fabulous.
Stuart Irwin there.
On green.
Yeah, really good stuff now.
Just needs to really keep that going. He's got a bit of a momentum going now. He's played a couple of good ends of Stuart Irwin. That was a great ball from Stuart Anderson there to tuck the jack. Again, pressure back on Stuart Irwin. We've had a viewers questioning for you, Nick. Outside of bowls, who is your sporting hero?
Well, that would be Ian Botham, really. I grew up watching a little bit of cricket, and he was the man of the moment at the time.
A lot of charisma about the way he played the game as well, wasn't there?
Yeah, and he probably didn't conform to all the rules and regulations. So
The cricketing hero from round here, he's from just down the road, is Mr. Flintoff. He's from just down the road here, so
yeah, another similar mould to Mr. Botham, I would suggest.
oh, great ball from Stuart Anderson. He's really piling on the pressure here. Stuart Irwin played a really good ball, and now he's sitting at 3 down.
Yeah, Stuart's playing great at the moment. Almost every bowl's going where he wants to.
This is on the high side. He's just going to miss.
Three shots on first set to Stuart Anderson.
That ties up the first set. 3 shots to Stuart Anderson.
Yeah, Stuart Irwin, to be fair, has not played that bad, but Stuart Anderson's played great, to be honest, and he scored heavily when he scored.
Yeah, I mean, that last end, Stuart Irwin drew the perfect touching bowl, but Stuart Anderson's ended up getting a 3 out of it with 3 brilliant bowls. So it's times like that when you just have to say, right, well, you know, he's played a better end than I have, so...
Yeah, you just don't want him to keep doing it all the time.
Exactly. Just got to hope that you get a little bit of space off Stuart Anderson, and then Stuart Irwin can make the most of it.
Jack Lang 30 metres.
So again, Stuart Anderson opting for the longer length jack as we go into the first end of the second set. Played 2 sets of 9 ends, but this is a set now that the Cumbrian Stuart Irwin has got to win to take us into a tie-break. We haven't had a tie-break so far, Nick, which is very unusual. We've had a few tied sets, which is unusual. But
Yeah, I can't believe we've not had a tie-break so far. Somebody somewhere is going to be a tie-break.
yeah, we're into the 10th game of the opening rounds. Well,
6 inches shot jack high.
I think again there was an opportunity for Stuart Irwin. Just overplayed it, but he wouldn't want to be short either. You said earlier in some of the games, Nick, that short bowls don't do you any favours out there. You've got nothing to convert if there's everything short.
Yeah, definitely. If you're going to miss, it's not missing short is not the place to miss, because you can block your get out of jail shot.
It's a good track again here. He's made the adjustment on length. Yep, good ball, Stuart Irwin.
Our shot to grade 1 is about 16 centimetres short jack high.
Certainly, Stuart Anderson not fazed by that, just quite happy to plod away with his draw.
It's probably left in second. The short one and the back one.
Back one.
I think Stuart Irwin was just asking which of Stuart Anderson's bowls was his closest, and Sandra McLeish kindly told us it was the back bowl, so that's the one closest to us, as the screen looks.
Yeah, just be looking to give himself a guide. Which one of the 3 do I need to beat to count, really?
And it's a good track again.
Yeah, if he can just slip by the front, he'll.
Only
Stuart Anderson just likely to opt for the draw here. Yeah, he's just opted for the draw, Nick, just trying to play the perfect bowl. I'll tell
He's
you what,
not far away.
he's not far away at all. Well, he might have just been unlucky there and tipped the jack back to Stuart Irwin's bowl.
time at ball. Stuart has full time action in.
Well, Stuart Irwin. Not easy here, because if he rocks his own bowl,
Again, a great effort, but just a little bit.
well, he takes the lead in the second set, 1-0 Stuart Irwin, the man from Cumbria. His hometown's actually Wigton. I say his trade for quite a while was listed as boxing. He's also a bricklayer. And I believe he's done a few stints as a doorman as well, so that sort of kind of answers the sort of size and stature of the man out there on the rink.
1.5 meters.
But I'm sure he won't mind me saying he's a gentle giant. He'll be disappointed with that. He needed really to keep the pressure on, shaking his head over there.
Yeah, I think I say it quite a lot on commentary, but first bowl is key. If you if you can get in with it, it sets you up really well. To be fair to Stuart Irwin, he's corrected well second bowl.
And he's got the opportunity here to do that, Nick. It's if Stuart Anderson punishes him for a bad lead. But yeah, I think we've seen that in most of the games today in particular. If somebody's got in with that first bowl, it's been hard to shift. Robert Paxson possibly the slight anomaly there. In the first set, it was always his third or fourth bowl he was doing the damage with. But then in the second set, that changed. So all down to that first bowl, getting it as close as you can. Stuart Anderson's got another shout at this jack now.
Stuart. It's 14 inches short of jack high, the gap's just worth it.
Just had a correction in for those from Cumbria. Apparently, Stuart Irwin's hometown's Aspatria. I'm sorry, guys, I can only give out as I'm given on the player's profile. And definitely here it says hometown Wigton, indoor club Carlisle, outdoor club Aspatria. So we in commentary are only as good as the information we're given, but it does help if we get the corrections through, because that means Stuart Irwin's profile can be altered. And it's good to hear that Mr. Taylor's listening in too, paying attention. Well, Stuart Anderson's certainly piling on the pressure here. Again, trying a runner. Might get a result of his own short bowl. Needs that to go into the head now. Still 2 off here.
Yeah, I think Anderson will add here. He'll be disappointed not to.
Close here, Nick.
Yeah, I would have been surprised that he missed, because he's found a really good weight today so far.
He shot Stuart Anderson.
Well, after 2 ends, Stuart Anderson leads 3-1.
Set score is 3-1.
Just noticing on the player profiles as well, just going back to what we were saying about players breaking into the top 16. This is correct. It was only 2009 where Stuart Anderson was lurking in the 78 region of the ranking. 2010 he got up to 18 and then broke into the top 16 in 2011. So just shows players do change within this top 16.
And Stuart, one of the most consistent performers as well, never far away.
Often asked in public meetings, and when we have these question and answers, the commentators are often asked, what was the best game of bowls you ever commentated on, and such questions like that. And currently mine would be Stuart Anderson versus Nicky Brett at the Scottish International Open. One that you probably don't want to hear about because you were actually on the losing side of it, Nick, but it was an amazing game of bowls that. It virtually changed with every bowl sent.
Yeah, Stuart certainly brought his A game on that day. You know, he dominated me quite well, really, and I was sort of hanging on most of the day. But you know, it's a close fought tussle in the end of the scores, to be honest. But Stuart played fantastic, to be honest.
Yeah, I think after that game, I think most betting people would have probably fancied Stuart Anderson to go on and win that title. Very, very consistent. If you played a runner, he drew shot. If you converted it, he drew shot. And it was that sort of a game. You never knew until the end of the end who was going to be laying shot, and it was quite an amazing game. Well, Stuart Irwin would ideally like to slot another one in here. It looks under the line to me.
Yeah, it certainly does. May force Stuart to change hands.
Well, Stuart's on a good track here. Is it just going to dip under? He might get a helping hand off his own short bowl. No, just not made it. Well, Stuart Irwin, can we draw another shot? Can we tie this second set up? Might have just overplayed this. That's a shame because there was an opportunity there to score another shot. As it is, Stuart Irwin keeps himself in the game. 3-2 now the score to Stuart Anderson. Stuart Irwin opting to keep to the longer length. Needs to really start putting the pressure on Stuart Anderson a bit, Stuart Irwin. We've had a question in from one of the viewers, Nick, about how does it affect a player psychologically if they've lost the first set in a 2-set game?
Yeah, obviously you're disappointed to lose the first set. More so, probably being unseeded because you've not really settled into it. But it really does focus you on what you did. Got to try and think what you did wrong and change something, and that's what probably wasn't happening in the first set. Stuart Irwin's played a good first bowl there, and that's what you need to do. Rather than put the pressure on your own third and fourth bowl, you've got to get in early, and then you can play a tactical end of bowls with one close or two close, hopefully.
I mean, people do say you have to try and think of it as a new game, but that's not always easy when you've lost the first set because, like you say, as a qualifier, you're then thinking, I really do have to win this set. I mean, I know we know that anyway, but it does put that little added pressure onto you, knowing you have to win the set.
It certainly does, and it doesn't matter how you've lost the first set, whether you've lost and once fell against a bias and lost by 1, or whether you've lost by 10. It doesn't matter how, you've still lost that set. And I think I said in commentary the other day that you really have to put all of the stuff that's gone away and just get on with what's coming next, because you can't change what's happened, whether it be good or bad. You just have to look forward, and you can only do something about the ones that are coming.
Yes, very true, and that's where the vast majority of those in the top 16, the mindset is very good. You perhaps feel a little bit more comfortable top 16 and you win the first set, then you know, worst case scenario, you've always got the tie break, but no player likes the tie break, so...
No, different game plans you can play in the tie break. John, if you only need to score 1 as opposed to defending.
Stuart Anderson was just unlucky there. Shows that he can play the runner. Another question we've had in, we're getting them in thick and fast now, Nick, is does the expectation after you won the Worlds affect you at all? I will just say before you answer that, I did mention in commentary when you were playing your first game that notoriously in the past the world champion dived out in the first round of the next event, but I always felt that was because it was literally the weekend after the Worlds, whereas this time you've had 6 weeks to sort of get over the champagne and celebrations.
Yeah, certainly. Immediately after the Worlds, going back home playing in nationals and other club stuff. My form probably, wasn't great, but I'm kind of conscious that, notoriously in the event after the World Championships, the world champion has gone out early, so I was aware of that and tried to not let that happen, and luckily managed to just sneak through. So, but yeah, as a whole, immediately after the World Championships, my form wasn't spectacular, to be honest.
I remember a very well-known player, strangely enough, a Cumbrian, John Bell, once saying to me when I first started to win a few things, he says, don't be worried if you win something big and then have a drop in form, because that often happens. You've had such a high. And he came up with the famous saying of class is permanent, form temporary, and that just proved the point that after a big championship, sometimes your form just drops that little. And just dropped this one short. Wanted an ideal good lead again. He just dropped that 12 to 14 inches short.
Yeah, it's not a disastrous one, but ideally would love to run just a little more.
The Worlds is such a big occasion. The spectators, the stadium there on finals day, you literally, when you guys are on the mat, you can hear a pin drop when you sat in the crowd. You can feel the tension. You can feel the tension for the players as well. It's quite an amazing spectacle of bowls that day.
Yeah, without a doubt, my first time in the final this year, and it certainly was, different to any other game I've played before. And, my first time, obviously, I was probably the most nervous I've ever been, to be honest. Luckily, come the end of the day, things went my way, and obviously I'll remember the day for the rest of my life. So.
Stuart Anderson found a good ball there. Stuart Irwin still got the draw though.
9 inches.
I think all the 3 venues that we have for ranking events at the moment, Perth, Potters and Blackpool, they're all 3 so different. This venue here is a lot more intimate. Quite a low ceiling. The 6-footers, they're certainly close to that ceiling. I've just got shot if it stays sat up.
Yeah, he's just hanging in there at the moment.
Perth Stadium, it's played next to an ice rink. It's in a bowling venue. And then of course Potters, fantastic venue for bowls. Well, Stuart, touch on that jack. Yep, we got the 2 out of it, I think. Stuart Irwin now looking at the runner. Runner down the forehand, Nick, does it take both bowls?
It might just nip that. It depends on whether he got inside edge of the green one or outside, I would say. But it's got a chance to, yeah.
Well, I think that's what he's looking at.
He'd certainly get rid of one of them, and if he got it solid, he may even follow and lift his own green in.
It's a chance.
Certainly it's more of a percentage shot than trying to draw.
Looks like he's gearing up for a run of that. He's playing it off the backhand. So does that mean he's just going for the draw? Yep. Surprised at that because he was having a good look at that runner. There was several options. Even if he'd have got the inside of the short red ball, he might have got a result. Yeah, just overplayed it on the draw. Well, Stuart Anderson now, big chance for repeat of his last delivery. I think he might need a little touch on that jack. Sandra will tell us in a minute. Something looks a bit wrong with this.
Certainly needs to hold a touch.
I suppose we're just expecting perfection off Stuart Anderson, especially when he's drawing. I think it's one measure for two. Yeah, umpire being called. Right idea off Stuart Irwin. Could do with him just standing to the right or left. Oh, thank you. Somebody's mentioned it. Again, that's something that a new player out there, it's avoiding standing in front of the cameras and getting used to where to stand.
I'm sure in normal play, as like every other player, they'll stand behind the jack so they can get the line, so they can see the line in a normal game. But you do that here, you're blocking the cameras.
Yeah, it was just the one. It was definitely worth the measure then for Stuart Irwin. Stuart Anderson leads 4-3 after 5 ends second set. Still a close affair now this second set.
Jack lane 28.5 metres.
Slightly under the line. It might just be the fact that he's not reaching.
Yeah, this is where Stuart Irwin will be looking to find a good one early.
It's a good track.
Yeah.
Yeah, good ball, Stuart Irwin.
He's unlucky there just to stand up.
Yeah, it gives Stuart Anderson just something to rest off. This looks just under again, Nick.
Yeah, just a bowl really.
Stuart Irwin, he'll just want to get to his own bowl, sit it down, or just get a better bowl in there. He just wants to swing a touch. It's not a bad bowl, but it does still leave his shot ball very vulnerable.
Yeah, they've been looking to certainly add and make it more difficult. But Stuart may have just about let him off at this point.
over 2 feet.
Just an adjustment of 2 feet. When we were watching Alex Marshall MBE earlier, that seemed to just be a change of cog in the brain, and 2 feet was out of the bowl.
Yeah, not all of us have got that sort of adjustment, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I'd like to put it more roughly 2 feet. I just dropped too much out of that. Well, I'm just wondering if Stuart Anderson has 3 seconds there.
It's definitely 2, I would say.
But we know Stuart's really a draw player. Just changed his stance slightly on the mat there. Yeah, he's...
It's
he's
close to something.
close to the jack, is he? Yeah. Not quite the result he wanted, because that leaves a lot of space. I mean, it's still pressure on Stuart Irwin.
He certainly lays 3, but you'd expect Stuart Irwin to draw the one shot here.
That was one of the questions that did come up earlier, Nick, about when a jack goes out to the side when you're playing on a one-rink venue. Is it really hard to find your line to get to the jack?
Not really. The rink is wide enough when the jack gets out there for you to still play the outside hand, so there isn't normally a problem.
Yeah, looks good here from Stuart Irwin.
As a good example of Stuart's just shown.
It ran further than I was anticipating then, Nick.
Yeah, he certainly bent a lot in the last yard.
Well, that means we're 4-all after 6 ends.
Set score is 4-4 after 6 ends.
I think some players practice the respots at times, especially if you're going to play against somebody that you're likely to think is going to be an aggressive player. It's worth to just, in practice at some point, set one really wide and see how far it's going to come back.
You certainly have to be aware of where they are and how you can get to them. Sometimes you're not able to get to them off that hand. Sometimes you're playing under off the other side, which is going against a grain, if you like.
Well, a good lead for Stuart Irwin here would certainly help the Cumbrians' cause. The track doesn't look so bad, it's all on his pace, I think.
Again, it's not disastrous, but he would just like to allow the foot 18 inches or so.
Well, this looks overplayed to me from Stuart Anderson. Could be an interesting last 3 ends to this second set, Nick, if Stuart Irwin can just nail one on here.
Definitely, he'll definitely he'll feel more involved in this set, definitely.
Not sure that that's here.
You get 2 feet.
Well, 2 feet. Stuart Anderson's pacing up after this. It's under the line, but it's going to get shot. Yeah, perfect for weight.
This one here is just over 2 feet, and this one's here is nearly 3 feet.
There you go, that was a classic example of Sandra McLeish anticipated probably what Stuart Irwin was going to ask.
Yeah,
Sure.
wasting very minimal time is perfect for the players, to be honest. The last thing they want to do is stand on the mat for 10, 15 seconds. They've just lost all their...
Needs to run, Stuart.
Certainly got second now, which you'll be pleased about, but any touch on the jack from Stuart Anderson and leaves Stuart Irwin in a world of trouble.
Well, I hope you've been able to stay with us, even if you've been at work, at the Co-operative Funeralcare International Open 2016. If you're just joining us for the evening, we have, following this game, Jonathan Ross versus Murray Glassey, then Andy Thompson MBE versus Dick Light. I'm joined in the commentary box here for this game by the defending champion here, Nick Brett. And it's turning into an interesting second set here for those of you just getting in from school or work. The danger here is he's overplayed it. He knows himself. Could have just got in the inside of Stuart Anderson's red bolt.
It's not finished too bad though. It could stop the 2, 3, 4.
Slightly feel about for second now, Stuart.
So whatever happens, it sounds like it might have saved. Stuart's down a good track here. Doesn't want to get the wrong side of the jack.
Well, it's still one red, I think.
It's just one, Stuart Irwin says. Stuart Anderson having a look. Yeah, just the one shot.
Had the green last bowl not been there, that could have been curtains.
Score is 5-4 after 7 ends.
There you go, the score's 5-4 after 7 ends. 2 ends left to play. Stuart Anderson is playing against Stuart Irwin, and Stuart Anderson took the first set 12-2. So Stuart Irwin's got to win this set to take us into our first tie break here at the International Open 2016. To do that, I think he's really got to win the last 2 ends, Nick.
Yeah, because if he doesn't, he'd need a 3, and they're not easy to come by the way Stuart Anderson's going at the moment.
Well, he's pacing up after this one, and it's his first bowl, so he obviously knows the situation's important at this end for him to get shot, Stuart Anderson. Stuart Irwin looks under the line here.
He might hang on to.
Yeah, not a bad bowl. Not a bad opener. This is just going to dive under as well. What can Stuart Irwin adjust? Well, it looks on a good track. He's perhaps just dropped his weight, but it's another ball in there. Could we be on the verge of our first tie break?
Yeah, 2 or 3 bowls to go as yet. I favour Stuart will get at least 1 inside the greens that are there at the moment.
And here it comes if this swings. It just held off. Probably for the fact that it was slightly over pace.
How far short of the length?
Oh, you're 9 inches short of jack high.
Well, I'm reckoning on now Stuart Irwin's delivery is about 11 seconds. This gets back to Stuart Anderson's bowl. It's good. There's still a fair bit of room for Stuart Anderson there, though. You'd fancy him to draw one in there, wouldn't you, Nick, after
Yeah, well, his
three?
weight control so far in the game's been, almost perfect. So I'd expect him to slot one in. His first two were a good weight, just bowl under the line.
He's certainly played it on the high drawing line, but as long as he's good weight, it'll do all for this for him. Yep, in the area with this. Well,
Still a nice shot there for him. He could pick either hand. Jack movement towards Stuart's red bowls wouldn't be good, but something coming the other way or clean red bowl out would be good for him.
yeah, there's a big opportunity here for Stuart Irwin. He needs to take it. Yeah, he does right. Because I think his delivery's about 11 seconds. He was down to 9 there. He would have had to rush it. And we've seen time and time again players rushing deliveries. No need to when you've got a few timeouts left to play with. Can you cut this ball of Stuart Anderson's away?
Has he got enough pace to hold the line?
I think his line was good. I think it's just going to go. He played it almost with the perfect pace, didn't he? Where could really have afforded to try and go a little bit quicker there. Well, that now means Stuart Anderson's now 2 shots up. 1 end to play. Stuart Irwin has got to score a 3 to take us into a tie-break. But whatever, Stuart Irwin's played this second set very well. He's
He has, he's certainly been in the set all the way through here. Had he have found a little bit more pace on that delivery, could have been in the box seat.
I just probably felt there if he'd have gone that bit quicker.
He was probably worried about the red bowls on the side, but had he have got inside edge of the green bowl could have gone with the jack.
Or even a jack solid would have done him.
Yeah. But it's easy sitting here. I haven't missed any sitting here. Missed
No,
numerous.
I've been sat in here for near on 20 odd hours and I've played really well, Nick. Well, that's a great opening bowl at the last end from Stuart Anderson.
Yeah, when your opponent needs a 3, that is nearly as good as it gets. If it falls over,
Well, what Stuart Irwin can't afford to do really now is be short. He's got to give himself a chance. So that's not a bad bowl.
no, pretty decent.
Stuart Anderson will just be looking to just slip past that bowl, really. Yeah, that's not a bad bowl at all. It's a very, very good bowl. He might have just cut this under, he's gone for trying to reach up to the bowl to trail the jack, quite rightly so, but playing it under. Touch short for what he wanted, really.
Yeah, with the extra 2 feet to a yard, would have been interesting. Yeah, good cover from Stewart there. Couldn't have put them three much better ones, to be honest, so far.
Yeah, Stuart Owen's really got to get some sort of alteration now. Doesn't want to be leaving it to his last bowl, really. Well, he's played that similar sort of line. Has he added the weight? I think it's going to go now. It's his weight again, Nick.
Yeah.
I think you just overheard then your graphics in front of you is actually wrong. It's 6-4 to Stuart Anderson. So Stuart Irwin needs to score a 3 here. Your graphics would give you an indication that he needed to score a 4. No, he just needs to score a 3. Just needs to score a 3.
Yeah, just.
Just. Well, I'm not sure how he gets his 3 out of this. Stuart Anderson's certainly put a fine game of bowls together here. And the winner of this game plays Alex Marshall. Can Stuart Irwin do something with this last bowl? Managed to get one away.
2 shots, second set, match.
Stuart Anderson moves into the second round. Thanks for your company this afternoon, Nick.
No problem.
And don't forget to join us right after the break for Jonathan Ross versus Murray Glassy. Thanks for your company.
And once more, ladies and gentlemen, give both players a round of applause. And next match will follow on shortly. Players will come on for their trial ends first.
Thanks very much. Thank you. Who'd like it for?
get that was on a different note. That was down the lad and Marshall. And on the bar, can't come away, didn't you? Alright, yeah, didn't you see Bob? Last 10 when he wasn't 2 when he drew shot, that next game. What's this there?
Bring out your dad. I was going to say, I think Dad, we've got something for you as you wasted your legs going down here.
It was just 10 foot before this tournament started, ready for it.
Don't they tell him twice? One for now and one for later. I don't get that. That's it. I want another one. What I'm going for.
Why don't you get one of each full free? It's a bit rude, wouldn't it?
You can't call him. That's what they're up there. They're doing that. There's co-operative.
No, I was going to say, it's not on eBay, is it? Go on, listen to that. Safe as it like a pie.
Aye. See you later. Enjoy it.
Yeah, he always has his break in his like a brown bag. Always places in his little brown bag. I was wondering if you go down to Glen Echo next week. You're not. You are.
You're number 9.
I was wondering if he'd go. Why did you see?
Oh, I've been up the boot shop. Hello?
Well, there we are, ladies and gentlemen.
You missed that.
Right, if you're all ready for your second but last match of the afternoon. Cameraman's just sorting his wiring out. Hey, up the mice have got him.
Who's playing? Who's playing?
He's just, yeah, he's waiting for the
Right, ladies and gentlemen, for your third match of the afternoon at Co-operative Funeralcare International Open, let's bring a warm welcome all the way from New Zealand. He's 5 times been in the Trans-Tasman team member. First ever WBT event, please welcome Murray Glassy. Former British Isles singles champion. He's been on the WBT tour since 1998. From Scotland, let's welcome Jonathan Ross.
Well, thanks very much for that, Richard. And yes, as Richard Madison mentioned there, I'm delighted to be joined in the commentary box by Mark Royal. Welcome to commentary here at the International Open, Mark.
Well, thanks for inviting me, Janice. It's a pleasure as always.
Wonderful stuff. We're in for an interesting game here because Murray Glassy was actually in the commentary box with me earlier today, and he was certainly poo-pooing players that weren't playing runners, so it could be a fireworks job here.
Oh, right.
He said that they tend to play a very aggressive game over in New Zealand. He was commenting on that earlier. And Jonathan Ross, as we know, he's probably one of the plodders in the top 16. Never actually won one of the events, but always manages to string together 2 or 3 games. Here, I think last year he got to the quarter-finals, which certainly helped keep him in the top 16.
That's right, he beat me in a quarter-final actually, thanks Janice for mentioning that. And he played extremely well, and I think he lost to Alex Marshall in the semi-final last year, and it was a cracking game, and it could have gone either way, and that would have been his first World Bowls Tour final. But Jonathan's a master of getting past the first round. Very rarely does he lose.
Well, this will be an interesting game for him. A couple of loose openers there. We've only had one shock so far this week, and it was Jason Greenslade, world number 12, lost to Canadian qualifier Coldy Olthoff. And don't forget, we're with you for the rest of the evening. Straight after this game, we've also got Andy Thompson MBE versus Dick Lai, the Hong Kong qualifier. And if you want to pop any questions to Mark Royal, please feel free to on the YouTube chat, on our Facebook, or on World Bowls Tour 1 Twitter feed. And I believe the last game today I've got the main man himself, the CEO of the World Bowls Tour, joining me, Richard Madison. So if you've got any questions on the PBA or World Bowls Tour, be thinking about them now, and we'll put them to Richard later. Oh, good openers from Murray here.
That's right, if he keeps drawing like that, he won't be needing to fire, will he?
Now, one of the questions Paul Murray got when he was in commentary earlier, Mark, was exactly how long in hours did it take to get from his home to here? And after a bit of calculation, I think he worked it out about 38 in total.
Oh, slightly quicker than me from driving up from Suffolk.
Well, good ball from John Ross there. If it sits down, it might sit out.
Does ball falls backwards, would I have the shot?
Yes.
I think you've read your mind there, Janice. Just asked the question.
8 games he had to win to qualify in New Zealand. And then they have to try and find funding then to help them fly over. He said he got some kind funding off his local PBA branch and also off his home club. I know a few of them will be listening in, so shout out to all those Murray Glassy supporters over in New Zealand. We noticed yesterday, Mark, that in the stadium the temperature dropped for this 5th game of the day as it got colder outside in Blackpool. It got colder out on the rink, so that might have an effect on the 2 games coming up now.
That's correct, yeah, it probably slows the carpet down slightly. I played this morning at 9:45 and the carpet bowled very well. It was lovely pace, and I think the game after Robert Paxton, I think that was even slightly faster for that one, but now we're getting towards the end of the day. I think the green will slow down slightly, but the rink's bowling excellent. I enjoyed playing out, and I think most of the players are, to be honest, so it shouldn't give them any problems.
Oh, that's good to hear. We do try at Blackpool Newton Hall. This is my home club, as most of you are aware, and we try and accommodate the World Bowls Tour here and make it a good venue for them to come to. Well, we've had a comment and a question in from somebody watching, Mark. The comment is, it's very good to see you back at your best, Mark. And then the question goes on to say, was there a time you thought you were going to have to retire from bowls?
That's right, thanks for the question, Neil. I'm not sure I'm bowling quite my best, but I'm bowling a lot better and feeling more confident now. But a couple of years ago, I had a bit of an illness and lost a lot of weight, and I'm on the mend now, so yeah, I'm feeling good. But I never considered retiring, but bowls did become a struggle for a while. But I'm really enjoying it now, and looking forward. You know, still managed to stay in the top 16, and looking forward to the rest of this tournament and next year. Thanks for the question.
Yeah, I think one of the things to point out there, and thanks Neil Weir for the question, is the fact that sometimes when you do suffer a season of ill health, especially when you're in the top 16, you need to be contemplating the points that you lose to stay up there. So perhaps that was where he was sort of coming from and saying, you know, if you have a poor season, it could affect you moving down the line. We were commenting on this with Jason Greenslade. He's now lost 2 first rounds in this season.
That's right, yeah, the points last for 2 or 3 years, and if you do have a bad season, it can come back to bite you the season after or the season after that. So it's important to keep picking up points last year, and I'm not exactly sure how many I picked up last year, but it was sort of I won a couple of first rounds, so it was enough to keep in the top 16.
Yes, because currently, for yourself, Mark, you're ranked 13 and provisional at the moment's 13, but of course that's all dependent on what happens here this week. Jonathan Ross has always been one of those that's just hung on to the top 16, as we mentioned before. He's not actually won one of the events outright, but always seems to get himself through that first round, which is a vital 10 points the world top 16 need. I know spectators out there always give me a nag, Mark, if I don't mention what the players are bowling with. And Jonathan Ross is playing with Taylor Ace. I believe Murray Glassey's gone out there with Aero Revolutions. The overseas, they have a pool of bowls. Well, any player in the WBT has a pool of bowls that they can choose from. I think a lot of players go out there and try several different sets before they settle on what they want to play with.
Oh, definitely, yeah. Yeah, they'll try 4 or 5 sets, and and then obviously if they do win, they'll have to change colour, and then the process will start again. So they may well even change even the make of bowl they use. But most people will go for a mid-bias bowl, Taylor Ace, Drake's Pride Professional, Revolutions, or some will bowl the Groove like Alex Marshall, and the Henselite, they'll use one of the Tigers, Tiger 2, Tiger Pro, or even the Tiger. I think most of the Henselite bowls been used are probably Tiger 2s or Tiger Pros on here.
Yeah, it's been quite interesting. Some of the players, of course, are signed with a manufacturer. Jonathan Rossi is one of the Taylor players. But Murray decided he'd have a
10 inches to jack on.
try with various different sets, see what he settled on. Another interesting question actually from a viewer, which is quite appropriate I think when we're watching this game, is if you get drawn against a overseas player that's unknown to you, does that make you change your game? How do you look at that game when you're thinking about starting?
I think it does, yeah. You're not sure how he's going to play, he or she, obviously. And I think a lot of overseas players tend to play a lot more firing and weighty shots. So I think you tend to be a bit cautious to start with and make sure you cover the spots just in case. So, but probably by the time the first set's over, you can read what they're going to play. But yeah, it can be difficult, yes.
I think that goes for the same as if you're playing even a UK qualifier that you've never played against before or met before. You've still got to cover all options until you actually have an idea what sort of game they play.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Jonathan's played a trailer here.
Two red.
I think he played a timer there.
Yeah, that's right. He didn't. All his bowls are of John Trout the Jack, so Murray's bowl was short, so he didn't have a lot to play for. A lot of the back, really. He probably should have just played the dead draw, to be honest, but slightly over pace.
Well, this gives Jonathan Ross an opportunity of slotting another shot in there.
I'm not sure he liked that. I think he turned away from that one.
Looks very wide. Can it swing enough? It's done quite a bit for him.
That's right. It had a lot of late swing there. Could be in for the third.
3 shots, Jonathan Ross.
And after having a tight 2 opening ends, we've now seen John Ross pick up a 3. 4-1 now after 3 ends. Opening set, we play 2 sets of 9 ends. And if necessary, a 3-end tie break. Don't think Jonathan Ross was so pleased with the delivery of that jack either. It's one of the things that Murray was commenting on before when he was in commentary with me, is you don't actually send a jack when you're practicing here, because most times you're practicing in groups of 4, so you tend to just set a jack. So he actually said to me before he went into this game he hadn't actually sent a jack on the surface.
Yeah, that's right, and it is it's an important part of the game, and I'm surprised more players, don't practice it. But when I was warming up with Steve Helmey this morning, he did throw the jack up a couple of times just to see the pace of it.
Well, like we mentioned before, we've only had one seed lose so far. There's a couple of really good games on the cards tomorrow. And this was one of the ones that was down as a interesting game because, as I mentioned, Murray Glassy, he plays indoors. And some of the other overseas qualifiers have got to qualify on outdoor rinks. New Zealand, they actually do play indoors. And when we were talking about distances in travel, Mark, the interesting one for me was when I asked him how far he had to go to qualify. He said the club was 15 minutes from home, walking.
Oh, wow.
And that was something that we don't have over here.
Oh, fantastic.
So he might have had a few hundred miles to travel to get here to play in the final event. He didn't have so far to go to qualify.
Jonathan's up the pacer now. His drawing's getting a lot tighter now. Must say, Jonathan's looking smart in his new trousers. I think he forgot his, so luckily I had a pair, and he's smarting them very well today.
Well, I didn't know that. I'm glad you gave us that information. I did mention when you were playing this morning, I did give you a nice plug and said that you have some of your bowls shop here this week for if anybody wants to be passing Blackpool and making a purchase.
That's right. I think Jonathan was very pleased I had my shop. Otherwise, he'd have been playing in his underpants. Probably would have been allowed as long as they were white.
Well, we've seen people playing shorts, and of course it is quite warm there in the auditorium itself. And Steve Halmai this morning played in his shorts. Just under the line there.
One shot, Jonathan Ross.
Well, what Murray doesn't want here is he doesn't want this set to slip away from him. He's 5-1 down now. There's still plenty of ends left, but as you mentioned, Mark, Jonathan Ross has just come onto a good drawing game now.
That's right. And Murray's loose bowls tend to be short, so he can't really run it much because he doesn't have anything around the back. So it's important that he starts reaching up to the jack.
That's a good track. Well, again, a very good track. What's his pace like? Looks slightly overplayed here. But better there than short, Mark.
That's right, yeah. Maybe coming useful later in the end.
Change of hands, but he's got the ball to the right of your screen of Jonathan Ross's to just resting off. Doesn't need to rest off anything. It's a very good shot.
Lovely ball there.
Nice few still out there in the crowd. You know, towards the back end of the week we've sold out on tickets. Just needs to turn his own, Jonathan, there. Just slightly short of pace for what he was looking for. Well, he's turned his back on that because that's definitely on a tight line. That was quite a poor ball from Murray there. He won't have been happy with that at all.
Yes, it could have gone in Jonathan's draw line, so I wonder if Jonathan will just play yard on here and try and turn the bowl away for 4.
That's what he's looking at, I think, Mark.
Say, Johnny.
Looks in the area.
Say. Oi, oi.
Second prize there for Jonathan. Just went onto the jack, but I would imagine he's fairly close to it in the ditch.
I think by the look on Murray's face then, the answer is yes. It must be close. Well, there you go. That kind of helps. Camera angle can see that just about. That was a really good effort.
One shot, Jonathan Ross.
Well, he takes a 6-1 lead after 5 ends in the opening set. Murray Glassy is a occupation is a cook, which is interesting because the gentleman that beat Jason Greenslade was a chef. So that would be a great line for a report if Murray could string this together and we could have 2 cooks through as the outsiders. As we mentioned before, Jonathan Ross has been on the World Bowls Tour circuit since 2001 at 13, ranked. Never got up above 9 ranking, but always remained in the top 16. Bit of a loose end here. We've been saying throughout the games today, really, Mark, it's always been who's nailed the jack. First one to the jack, and it's put the pressure on the opposing player. I think you find that in most games anyway, but
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you can play all the shots on the carpet, but it's the usual thing with bowls. If you put your first 2 close, then more than not, you're going to win the game at the end of the day. And Jonathan's he'll get in his rhythm, and which he's starting to now, and he's starting to dominate these heads. He's getting 2 and 3 bowls in every time now. Murray's a little bit loose, and the score in the set now, Jonathan's covering areas just to stop stop Murray getting scores of 2 and 3 to catch him up.
Murray just needs to really settle down. There's a bit of room there. He could still draw it. Well, I think Jonathan's just gone to cover the back there. Don't see a runner on really, but as you mentioned, Mark, Jonathan doesn't have to do anything silly. Just cover all eventualities for counts. Murray's got to picking up some counts somewhere. Looks too red from our angle.
2 shots, Jonathan Rose.
Well, John Ross leads 8-1 after 6 ends, 3 ends left to play, and he's 7 in front. Quite convincingly in this first set, then in front, Mark.
That's right, Janice. I think depends how many ends they play in the rest of this set, but I think Murray will have to just keep drawing, try and get his pace, maybe decide which hand he's going to play in the second set. So that's not all lost, but he just needs to settle down and try and get his weight, I think, and prepare. Almost he's preparing now for the second set rather than thinking about catching Jonathan up.
Got a few vocal spectators in the crowd supporting him, Jonathan. Got some very good friends that live in Blackpool, so they always come along to support him here.
2 feet to Jeff.
Just slight adjustment. Like you say, Jonathan doesn't have to do anything silly. Just keep putting bowls about. Well, looks under the line again, and I don't think he's here for pace either, Murray.
2 red.
That's so I think he just needs to settle himself down a bit now. He's seems to be struggling out there.
Yeah, I'm sure he's trying his hardest, but he's just not picking his line. He's bowled a lot of tight bowls. And Jonathan's just getting more and more comfortable
3 red.
on this rink.
Yeah, I think when you play one of the seeds, you've got to try and shake it up early on, unsettle them. Once you guys get settled out there, and you get into your drawing game, it's hard to shift you then.
That's right, yeah. Jonathan, he'll resist running shots as much as he can. He's a very good drawer. And sometimes if you start running too much, you can lose your draw weight. So Jonathan will be happy enough, plodding away, just keep drawing in.
I don't know whether body language like that or not, but you sometimes can't tell with Jonathan. Well, there's not a lot on really here. He's got to score 7 shots in 3 ends to try and tie this set, so it's possible. But I really feel he has to change something here, pick up a 2. That's got to be under the line unless he gets some sort of help off the front red ball.
One shot, Jonathan Ross.
Well, just 1 shot there to Jonathan. Means he leads 9-1 after 7 ends. And Murray's managed to keep himself in this first set.
Well, by taking that one out, it does give him one more end to almost practice, ready for the second set. So I think he'll be happy he's got another end, or maybe just wanted to get on with it.
It's very hard. One of the questions that we had during the last game was about mindsets after you've lost the first set. Mark, and like you say, you've sort of resigned at this scoreline that you're going to lose that first set. I mean, it's possible to tie, but very unlikely. So how do you forget about the first set and think, right, I've got to win the next set? It's not easy to do, is it?
That's right. Sometimes I think it's easier if you lose the first set by quite a lot. The worst thing is probably if you're winning in the first set and maybe drop a 2 or 3 on the last end. And I don't think it puts you in a particularly good frame of mind. But also, it's like in my game, I won 11 set. I won the first set 11-1, I think, and then I found myself 5-2 down in the second set. So I think it gives you a boost when you win the first set. When you just win the first set, and then you can sort of crack on in the second. And there's lots of games over the history where people have won the first set 14-15-0 and then lost by 1 in the second set and then lost a tie break. So it wouldn't concern Murray too much losing the set by quite a lot. You might as well go down in style, I say.
Well, at the end of the day, it's like you say, it's a new slate, isn't it? Clean slate, second set. If you've won that first set, it does give you that buffer that you know the worst case scenario is you've got the tie break. But you also want to not put yourself in that position. We've not had a tie break yet here. We've had a viewer's question in for you, Mark. When did you first qualify for a WBT event? And can you remember who you beat in the final?
Well, it's a trick question because it says from Karen Kelly husband, and I can't remember his name, but I beat Mr. Kelly, I believe, from Scotland. So I imagine that's his wife there, Karen, and I believe it was at Blackpool, which would have been Blackpool Borough, which is
closed down now. Yeah,
closed down now, and I've no idea what the year that was, and I got to the semi-final of that tournament. It was the I think it was the Bupa International Open at Sheffield, and I lost to John Price in the semi-final, and I think David Gourlay went on to win it that year. But it was a fantastic first event for me, and I still have nightmares about it, to be honest.
that's a good memory. That though, it didn't take you long to. Normally, when I put these questions to the players, folks, I give them a few minutes to think about it, and Mark said immediately, no, he said, I can remember that one. We'll go for it. He's played to. I think he played to take the red ball out at the back.
Jonathan Ross.
It was a chance. And that did show that Murray can play the runners as well. So he's drawn 3 balls there and played a runner at the last end of the first set. So it does give him a little bit of confidence going into the second set.
That's right. The first 2 or 3 ends of the second set is going to be crucial here. He mustn't let Jonathan get away. He's got to start drawing a little bit better this set, and hopefully keep with Jonathan. And then he's got a chance of winning the set and getting into the tie break.
Well, it'll be interesting. We're into the 11th game now of the opening rounds, and we haven't had a tie break. We've had several tied sets rather, but we've not had a tie break yet. It would just be sod's law if we did get one in this one, if you're wanting to swan off out for a nice meal tonight, Mark.
Yeah. I think I am off for a nice meal tonight. We're going for an Indian tonight, so looking forward to that. So I don't know what time the table's booked for, but I'm not too fussed if there's a tie break or not.
Oh, we're still early evening. Just turned 5 o'clock. I'm sure a few people are getting in from work and tuning in. Welcome to the Co-operative Funeralcare International Open 2016 here from Blackpool Newton Hall. Joined in the commentary box for this game by Mark Royal. He managed to get through his first round game this morning against Stephen Halmite from Australia.
This is a typical second set syndrome here from Jonathan. He's won the first set really easily, and now the most important end of the match, this first end of the second set, and he's bowled 2 short bowls. He's going to be looking to improve now, because he doesn't want to be losing the 2 or 3 on this first end of the second set.
No, it looks closer here. Yep, better bowl there. Forces Murray to change his hand. Quite a character, I think. Murray is. He drifts round Jonathan's bowl there. Must be in the area. Oh, great reply, Mark.
Brilliant bowl.
Bowl.
Brilliant bowl.
That's a bit better start for Murray. Jonathan's bowl sat down as well, which will totally change the angles for Jonathan's shot. He's coming up to have a look.
He'll just be looking now to see if he touches his red bowl, if the green bowl goes out without moving the jack. What he wouldn't want to do is play the little plant and then the jack moves back a few inches to the green one. So he'll be having a look at that. He may well just reside to the fact of losing one here and try and get one about a foot behind just to cover, because Murray will have a shot on here on the same hand as he just played, inside with a yard, and try and spring the jack for 3 or 4. So I'll be very surprised if this one's short.
Yeah, if he gets to this back bolt, it looks like he's going deeper still. That's not a bad bowl there. I think he just wanted to ideally get inside that one.
Yeah, it's a nice place because it stops Murray playing the runner. Mind you, the way he drew last time, expect him to get another one in here.
Might have just overplayed it. Still not a bad bowl.
One shot, Murray Classic.
Yep, first end goes to Murray in the second set.
Good start there for Murray. That's probably his best end of the match so far. So onwards and upwards for him.
Yep, it's always possible to win the second set and go into a tie break.
I've remembered Mr. Kelly's first name
Oh,
now.
well done. Go for
Alex.
it. Alex Kelly.
Hope you're well, Alex, and hopefully still bowling well. Lucky that question weren't on the shot clock. I think I'd been buzzed out there.
Failed.
Only took about 15 minutes.
Yeah, but you were very quick on the which tournament and where and how far it got you.
Yeah, not the year though.
Well, Jonathan, looks like this is just dropping short as well. As we mentioned before, it's likely to be dropping in temperature there now.
It's 9 here, Janice.
No, it's quite warm in here now.
I think with Jonathan just dropping short these first 2 ends of the second set, it's going to give Murray a
Good ball
bit
here.
of a lift here, a bit more confidence.
It was so cold in here yesterday, they brought me a heater in, Mark. That's why it's probably gone the other way now.
Yeah. Oh, this looks a bit tight, this one.
Well, Murray, big chance here. Those are 2 very, very loose bowls from Jonathan Ross.
He's holding his shoulder there, Jonathan, in the background.
Yeah, I
Hope he
wonder
hasn't
if
pulled a muscle.
Oh, good again here. Not bad at all. That's his drinking arm as well, isn't it? You won't want to be affecting that. I asked Murray in commentary earlier, had he ever come across Jonathan Ross before? I was more meaning played him. And he said, yes, I found him in the bar. I said, well, that's not a surprise.
Yes, we normally find Jonathan in the bar. I'm
That
sure
was the
he's...
safest place to start looking anyway.
That's right, yeah. I'm sure he's had a quiet day today. Probably gone for a run on the beach this morning. Knowing Jonathan.
Murray just gone a bit deeper here in case Jonathan runs at it. I think he's probably just overplayed that. He probably just looked to reach Jonathan's back bowl, but it's still not bad. I think Jonathan will just be still looking to draw this.
He's on a very wide line here.
Very wide line. Well, interesting. Do we think there's been an effect with his shoulder? That's certainly the worst two ends that Jonathan Ross has played so far in this game.
I think we've got a game on now, Janice.
Yeah, because that'll be a settler for Murray as well now, you know. He's now 4-0 up in the second set.
Set score 0-4 after 2 ends.
Interesting.
Yeah, you can see his body language has just picked up, you know. I think he fancies this game now.
Looks on a good track. Certainly been interesting today that sometimes at venues, Mark, you find that all the players, especially the top 16, favour one side of the rink or the other. Whereas out there today, certainly seems to be just that you've found whatever hand you've preferred, because all four hands seem to be playing reasonable.
That's right, yeah. Well, one of the hands is swings more, but all four hands are very good. And it can depend on what length jack you have to which hand you lead off. But yeah, it's bowling really well, and all four hands are equally as good, I think. So it's just personal choice. Some people prefer playing their backhand or their forehand, or some days one seems to go better than the other. So it's just personal preference. But again, you see Jonathan put a good bowl in there, and he made Murray change his hand, and he hasn't been very successful at that when he has.
Yeah, really played that very tight. Jonathan looks good again here.
2 red.
May even play a run shot here.
Yeah, reaching into it. Oh, looks in the area, Mark.
Certainly is. Needs to edge off that bowl.
Oh, he was unlucky there. It nearly got the 1-2. It's got one away anyway. Yeah, some players like to see the rink marking line. Other players like to see the centre line. It's all again personal preference on delivery. He's obviously gone for a tactical bowl. I thought he might have just put another one in there, really, because
Yeah, I'm not sure he meant to put it round the back. I think he was just. Sometimes they just don't go where you want them to. I think that was just wide and heavy, to be honest.
He's opted for the draw. I thought he might have gone for the bowl again. Looks on a good track.
He's just over the draw. This may just hold up and get the jack. Great bowl here.
Wow, what a great bowl that was. Be holding 2 shots.
2 green.
Yep, confirmed by Francis Fletcher, our marker.
Should be able to see now if the green bowl stayed on at the back. It could affect Jonathan's shot. I think he'll probably just opt for the dead draw here.
Yep, on a drawing line. There's a bit of room there. Oh, great line. Oh, on his pace now. Will this sit back? It's just run out.
One shot, Murray Glassing.
Oh, that's a 5-0 lead now after 3 ends. He's playing some better bowls here, Mark.
That's right, he's like a totally different player in this second set. Jonathan's certainly been looser, and it's given him a chance, but he played a lovely little trail shot there. And he's going to be confident of taking this second set, I think, forcing the tie break.
Play a whole different scenario and rules in the tie break to some extent, and it'll be interesting if we get to that stage in this game.
Sorry, yeah, could be fireworks in the tie break.
Still a good few ends here though, if Jonathan can just tag together a few counts, twos. It takes 3 twos to get back in front.
That's right, he doesn't have to win the second set, the draw's good enough. So Jonathan's in a similar situation to I was. I had a loose end and dropped to 4, and in my match, and that put Steve 5-2 up, and then I just pegged him back, and that's what Jonathan's going to be looking at now. Just picking up the ends, and Jonathan will be looking by the last end. He'll be, even if he's 1 behind, he'll be happy with that at this stage, and try and pick up a 1 to draw the set.
Good ball there by Murray again. Just probably got it.
15 inches short of jack high on green.
School teacher tones of Francis Fletcher there. I think in a stadium like this sometimes perhaps Francis doesn't need a speaker system. He's
That's
very, very
correct.
clear of voice.
One red.
Has been known to join me in the commentary box as well as Francis, but the schedule over these 2 days, we've played 6 consecutive games on both days. It's a tough schedule for the umpires and markers, as it is for the officials and commentators.
Murray was very close to a little ledge off the inside there, would have been really nice for him.
Of course, not to forget the camera crew and wonderful streaming team here at World Bowls Tour YouTube.
Two red.
Well, Murray under a little bit of pressure here. 2 red.
If he bowls exactly the same bowl as he bowled last time, he'll come to the inside red one.
Well, it's close.
Looks close here. Fantastic bowl.
Great bowl. Might have even made a 2 out of that.
Two green.
Well, Jonathan Ross, you've got a game on your hands here. Not sure whether he liked that or not. Looks in the area.
Yeah, it looks good.
Well, Johnny.
Oh,
Yeah,
great
that's
ball.
it.
One shot, Jonathan Ross.
Well, he needed that really. He was lying 2 down, which would have meant a 7-0 lead. And Jonathan Ross has now picked up a shot. So Murray Glassy leads 5-1 after 4 ends in the second set. Jonathan Ross won the first set 11-1. Game on.
Yeah, it's a great last bowl there from Jonathan. Didn't appear like he was in love with it as it was coming down, but he had a really good weight and that bent nicely into the head and deserved his 1. So he'll be looking to maybe string a couple of ends together here to catch Murray up.
30-metre jack. A good opener from Jonathan Ross here. Looks down a good track with Murray with this ball. It's all on his pace, I think. Just overplayed it, but it's not bad, Mark, there.
He's
12-inch gap.
certainly in the second set he's bowling a better line, and first set he was bowling a lot of woods tight. They were just not in play, but he's certainly improved his line here, and you know, if he's a couple of feet behind us, it's going to be a useful place for later in the end. I hope he bowls this one on a good line after my previous comment.
You know what they say about commentators' curse? Looks in the area, Mark. What's his
Yeah.
pace like?
Very good, I think. Just got to run. Lovely
Well
bowl.
played. Almost like a different player in the second set, but Jonathan really didn't give him much chance in the first set. Played very well. Murray, like you say, was just either short or dropping tight lines. Whereas now he seems to have come on to find his line, and Jonathan's definitely tight with this. Got to go sometime.
Yeah, Jonathan's in a bit of trouble this end. He hasn't got anything around the back. Murray could even tickle a jack back for 3 here.
Similar line to his last. Well, if it swings a bit and sits down, chance of second. It does give Jonathan something to aim at for a draw now, though. It's one of those what you'd call a good baton.
That's correct, yeah. Jonathan's just got a dead draw here. Otherwise he's a good one, otherwise he's going to find himself at least 6-1 down.
Definite look of determination on his face there. Track's good.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Again, I don't think he'd like to. I think he thinks he's slightly heavy, to be honest.
He's pushed it.
He doesn't want to turn that one in either. Just be a dead draw for Murray. If he does touch the jack, maybe an inch, he may make 3.
Yeah, he's really got the same target bowl as Jonathan had, that wing bowl of his own to the left of your screen. So an interesting line again. Might have just overplayed this as well. Looking for 2.
2 shots, Murray Glassy.
2 shots.
As a surprise, I think
Yeah.
Jonathan's last bowl, he just clipped the green bowl of the wide one of Murray's, and I think it probably skidded slightly on the carpet, which made it 2.
Yeah, we noticed there was a bowl in one of the games yesterday that it was just touched and it made that difference if it slid along the carpet. Made a difference to who was holding. That 2 means that Murray Glass is now 7-1 up after 5 ends in the second set. 4 ends left to play. He's 6 ahead. Well, slightly tighter line than he needed, but further it runs. Jonathan's on a better line here. I'll swing all the way back for him now. Well, Murray, you're on a great track here. Needs to get a piece of something, and he's got the jack.
Yeah, good ball there from Murray. Takes the jack away again. He'll be trying to keep this tight now. What he won't want Jonathan to do is pick up a sort of maybe a 3 or something like that.
Poor ball from Jonathan there. It's worth the reach, because if he'd have reached to Murray's bowl...
Yeah, Jonathan's bowled a lot of short bowls this second set.
They say that games can be games of 2 halves, and this definitely seems to be going that way. Jonathan Ross dominated the first set, but Murray Glass is dominating the second at the moment. Looks on a good track.
Yeah, looks a bit one here from Jonathan. Just got to swing now.
Oh, that helped it. Murray's got a similar bowl to his last, really. Just touch on the jack would be good.
If he bowls a similar bowl, he's just go just over the draw and touch the jack for 3. Easy here though, just to maybe play a yard over the weight and it won't get back. So he's almost trying to draw the shot, and if he does tickle it, then it'll be a bonus. He doesn't need 3 shots. You know, one would be a good result for him. So he doesn't need the 3. So I'll go for the dead draw here. What do I know? He's playing the other hand.
He's lining up on the backhand. Is he playing a runner for the bowl then?
I think so.
Yep, must be. Well, this is a confident shot to be playing.
Certainly is.
Well, if it starts swooping now, it's in the area. Well, he's no worse off.
That was a good effort. He didn't play too much weight.
If he'd have got on the inside of the red ball, it would have been very good.
Yeah.
Means he's only 1 down. And Jonathan Ross, chance of making 2. And Jonathan's on a slightly tighter line than he was with his last. He's dropped the weight again.
Yeah, it was very difficult to get another shot in there, to be honest, off that hand.
One shot, Jonathan Ross.
Well, that means Murray Glassy now has a 5-shot lead with 3 ends to play.
Set score 2-7 after 6 ends.
Crucial 7th end.
Yes, a must win for Jonathan here, this end. He's put a lot shorter jack in here. Had to try and change something.
Well, he's certainly watching that. Start here. Well, he's forced Murray to just overplay. Could be a good ploy of Jonathan's here. Try and shape Murray's length that he's just nicely found and slotted into.
Yeah, good again here.
Well, has he overplayed it again, Mark? Starting to slow down.
Still running on quite a way. He's got a decision to make here. Jonathan will probably just try and cover these two bowls. And Murray could well decide to
Play for the 2 balls
Well.
out.
certainly, yeah, I think it'd be over the draw, yes. Jonathan's decided to pile under pressure. He wants to get these all in a line, but he hasn't. I think they'll. I think we're going to see a heavy bowl now from Murray. I think it's time.
Yep, and it's in the area.
Very close.
Very close. Yeah, whatever happens, I would think that that jack will have gone out of the rink, so we'll go on the respot. Until the dust settles and the marker sorts out where the respot jack goes. There we go. Francis just moving it onto the respot. Looks like 1 to Murray.
Yeah, it's a very good strike. I think Jonathan's third bowl, he'd have been really happy if that had have finished, say, a foot short, 18 inches short, right in the middle. So,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
it just finished in a pack with the others, and
Jonathan, to some extent, had to risk trying to pile in a count because he needs a count. But
yeah,
I say perhaps he could have left that till his last bowl and put his third bowl in a more tactical place. Well, will this make it back? Should do.
One round.
that's
Yeah,
the winner.
not
But
shot.
he's left a lot of room for Murray to get the shot here, take an 8-2 lead. He has got a few bowls to avoid.
There's nowhere really where he could knock Jonathan in for another. Well, is that famous last words? Well, all on his pace, I think.
He's got to make sure he doesn't swing too much now. As long as it doesn't swing too much.
Just got the rest on Jonathan's bowl, so might have even got shot out of it.
One shot, Murray Glassing.
Well, yeah, has a 6-shot lead, Murray Glassy, in this second set. 2 ends to play. I think we might be looking at our first tie break.
I think you're correct, Janice, here. Very unusual to play. How many games have we played, Janice, so far?
Well, this is our 11th so
So
far.
we've had 10 games with no tiebreak. That's extremely rare.
I think it was up in Scotland either. I don't think it was last November, but the November before, we went something like 6 on the trot that had tie breaks, which was very unusual. But this has been a run with no tie breaks, and it looks like game 11 of 16 first round games could be our first one. Not over yet, but 6 up, 2 ends to play. Jonathan Ross won the first set, so he does only need a tie to win the game.
I think he needs to get a 4 this end.
Well, that's one of them.
There we are. Funnier things have happened.
Well, yes, 2 loose opening bowls then from Murray. Jonathan just needs to keep his calm and plod away. Don't know whether this is quite running. Well, Murray just beat that bowl, really. Helps. Good track. He overplayed it again.
I think he's good here. Just got to turn
Close
now.
to getting shot here. Well played, Murray. I think he had us fooled in that first set.
One green.
Well, I'm not sure how Jonathan's going to get a 3 or a 4 out of this now.
No, Murray's got backward there. I'll just look for another one in the head, I think. And we'll look forward to our first tie break.
Yes. I'll have to start using my brain to remember the rules, Mark. It's been
That's
so
right,
long
yeah.
since we've played a
It
tie
has,
break
yes.
here. It's the one thing that most of the qualifiers would say before they even get to the venue. If they could get a seed into a tie break, then it's anybody's game really. 1 bowl and end. It's not on how many shots you count. It's purely on who wins the individual end.
One shot in the second set, Murray Glasson. Back to tiebreak.
So there you go, we're going to our first tie break. Jonathan Ross won the first set 11-1. Murray Glassy from New Zealand won the second set 9-2.
Maybe with a name like Murray, he's
Murray won the toss.
destined to be a tie break, I think.
Yes, very possibly. Very possibly. Right, so the rules here change ever so slightly. We play 3 ends. It's not down to how many shots, it's purely who's the first player to win 2 ends. And while in the first 2 ends of the tie break, if the jack goes out of the side confines of the rink, it's respotted. In the last end of the tie break, you can nominate to kill the end.
If you remember, Janice.
I think. Well, you mean if you remember to nominate
Yes,
rather than if I
yes,
remember
yes.
what the rules are? Right, I've got it. Yes, you must nominate. You can go to kill with all 4 balls, but you must nominate to the umpire. And again with the tie breaks, Mark, it can be all down to who sends the jack as to whether you want the last bowl. Whoever wins the toss has the choice of sending the jack on the first and third end of the tie break. If you lose the toss, you have the choice on the
One green.
Well, Murray's in the driving seat in this first end of the tie-break, Mark. Yeah, as I was mentioning, we just had a technical issue then with our monitor here. We lost sound and sight. It can all depend on whether you want the last bowl at the end or whether you want to lead out and try and nail it with your first bowl, as to whether you opt to give the jack away or hold on to it.
That's right, all personal choice, but one thing I do know, Jonathan's got to bowl a really good last bowl here.
Yep. Well,
Oh, he looks
looks
very
on,
tight.
all on his pace, really. Has he underplayed it? Oh, first end,
First end, Murray Glassy.
Murray Glassy.
Jonathan's going to be extremely disappointed with that end. All 4 bowls were poor, and he looks in a bit of trouble now.
Yeah, well, Murray Glass's purely just got to win this second end of the tie-break to give us the second shock in the first round here at the Co-operative Funeralcare International Open 2016, hosted at Blackpool Newton Hall. Murray Glassy, the qualifier from New Zealand, played 8 games of bowls and then virtually travelled for 2 days to get here. Can he take out the number 9 seed, Jonathan Ross? Sorry, correction. He's not number 9 seed. He's number 11 seed. I'm obviously powering off like the television just nearly did then, Mark. Well, that was a little loose opener from Murray there. Jonathan looks a good line here. That's just finishing short. I fear it's one of those ends. Mark first to the jack.
Yeah, it looks like it. Jonathan's bowled an awful lot of bowls like that this whole second set. Sort of a couple of feet short. Be interesting here because almost both the draw lines are blocked out, so they're going to try and fiddle bowls in here and there. It could be a scrappy end, this one.
Yeah, he's played it under the line but just overweight, so Jonathan Ross still holds a shot.
16 inches, jack 9.
Nail biting, exciting times when we go into the tie breaks. Far better for the spectators than it is for the players. Unless, of course, you have a vested interest in one of the players, then it can be very, very nerve-wracking. If he just slips inside this green bowl, Mark, it's a good bowl. Well,
Maybe the nearest.
Two
This
red.
is just a really tricky head to bowl at here.
I think he needs to give it a touch more green this time, though. Just let it do the drifting.
That's right, I think he's better off going round Jonathan's bowl rather than trying to bowl inside it.
Not sure whether he likes that or not.
Again, it's on a tightish
He's
line.
gone down the tight line again.
He needs to edge off the red one, I think.
Well, one more bowl to sort the end out for Murray Glassy. He's won the first end, so he's got the last end of a tie-break guaranteed. Jonathan Ross knows he's kind of getting away with this slightly at this end. Experience telling on him, like you mentioned, Mark. He's just drifted one under. It's not a brilliant bowl, but it's got shot, and that's all you need.
Yeah, I don't think Jonathan wants to be too close here because it will give Murray something to rest on.
You see there was quite a nice drawing line there down the forehand. That's the side that's got a nice big swing on it. Murray, make your decision on what you're playing.
Yeah, I thought Murray should have probably switched hands with his second and third bowl, to be honest, because the red bowl looks right in the way. So, and at least with going the other hand, he could have turned his up. So, I just wonder, is it too late to change now? He's going to be really going to be thinking about what hand he's going to play. He's going to stick with the backhand here. He's got to avoid Jonathan's bowl, but he mustn't let it put him off.
It's almost like you have to play as if it's not there.
That's right.
He's still on that tight line again, Mark.
Yeah, and he's short, I think.
He's urging it
Made
on.
He needs to edge off the red one. He's close. Oh, he's got a
well,
bit lucky there.
Now, that's one of those where you put your hand up. He didn't like it when it left his hand. He thought he was short, I think, and he was definitely tight.
Yeah, he didn't like it at all.
Well, Jonathan Ross, world number 11, has this bowl to stay in the International Open here at Blackpool, or is he the second seed to fall at the first hurdle? We'll know in about 10 seconds' time whether he goes into a tie-break final end. This looks under the line.
Very tight. He might be turning his red one up now. He needs an edge. This needs to get an edge.
He's missed it. We have our second shock of the first round. Murray Glassy of New Zealand steps into the second round. Thanks very much for your company. Enjoy your meal out tonight, Mark.
Lovely. Thank you, Janice.
And join us very, very shortly for Andy Thompson, MBE versus Dick Lai.
Final match of the evening will be just in a few moments after they've had their trial ends. Final 6 minutes time. Thank you.
Oh, he's setting up second. All right.
Yes. Well, the others.
Is that trying to set a water speed? Yeah.
Oh, check.
All right.
Yeah, they're both new.
Mate. Let's go. See? Thanks. I'll let you know.
connection off. So on the outskirts of the town. We stay right in the centre, Tony. Steve said it's only 10 minutes. It's not that far, no. Well, if it's the club I'm thinking of, it's not really a rich area. Could be right. A good week. That's the one I'm thinking of. I'll check the site. I was there with the civil service. I said, I'll walk. I know, it's not worth it. No, not worth it, no. I mean, you may as well. What's the point of... I'm not really certain. Good. But the money you spend on petrol, you can look at that. Get away. Get away.
No, it's not New Zealand. Oh, sitting there, on the coast. Been good, I've enjoyed it. This last match though, eh?
I'll see how it goes.
Not sitting there, all in the same place, they're not sitting inside, they think they're
just about ready. Right, well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the final match of the afternoon at the Co-operative Funeralcare International Open here at Newton Hall. And let's bring your players on for the last match. This gentleman is a winner of the Hong Kong Tiger Fours in 2015 and is the PBA qualifier from Hong Kong. Welcome, Dick Lee. And up against Dick is former world champion, world ranked number 5, England's probably best with over 100 international caps. Please welcome Andy Thompson, MBE.
Once again, thanks Richard Maddison for the introduction. We're into a 6th game of the second day. I think Dick Lee's just thrown that jack off. No, it's stayed on. A few players have been very, very close to sending the jacks off today. It's not been an easy surface to control the jack on. And once again, thanks very much for your company this evening here at the Co-operative Funeralcare International Open 2016. Kindly hosted by Blackpool Newton Hall. Game started this morning at 9:45. And we've had some interesting games, and the second one in particular, very, very interesting. We saw one of the seeds, number 11 seed Jonathan Ross, knocked out at the first hurdle by New Zealand qualifier Murray Glassey. Very interesting day's games of bowls, and we have the last game of the evening lined up for you now. Don't forget, we are live with you on World Bowls Tour YouTube. We start again tomorrow. There's some TV rigging here in the morning when Sky TV take over on Wednesday. And we start again with you at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. I'll be with you all afternoon again tomorrow, where we have Darren Burnett versus Billy Jackson. Mark Dawes, local lad Mark Dawes versus Irish qualifier Graham McKee. Les Gillett versus Jamie Chesney, and Paul Foster MBE versus John Fleming. And that will conclude the lineup of our first round games here. Like I say, we've had one shock on each day. Can we have another shock here from the Hong Kong qualifier? Can he beat Andy Thompson, MBE? Just having a quick glance at Dick Ly's profile. I see he's a financial manager. Because my theory, the two surprises of the first round from the overseas players, Cody Altoff and Murray Glassy, they're both chefs by trade. Must be something in that. Come to Blackpool in the sea air here. Good for them.
Chapman 27 meters.
Well, these early ends in the first set always settling in ends for all the players concerned, especially at this time of evening. And Andy's just looking to consolidate that lead bowl there. Well, I'd like to welcome to the commentary box this evening. I did tell all our viewers earlier that you were joining me, Richard Maddison, in case they had any questions on the WBT. And delighted to be joined in the commentary box by the CEO of the World Bowls Tour, Richard Maddison, hot from doing the introductions on the green. Welcome to comms, Richard.
Good evening, Janice, and welcome to the viewers as well. If anybody's got a reasonable question, I'll be happy to attempt to give you an answer.
We've actually had some quite good questions today over the course of the day. The players that have been in commentary with me have been very, very good and answered some tough questions. But if you have any questions out there, even if it is for a player that's not here at the moment or one of the officials on a rule or anything to do with the WBT or PBA, if you bob them to us on either World Bowls Tour 1, our Twitter feed, on our Facebook link or on the YouTube chat, we'll endeavour to get them answered for you while we're doing the YouTube streaming here. We like to feel that you're part of it. We're live and interactive with you for all the bowls sent here, and Dick's played a very good bowl there. He's just been very unlucky there. It's got the edge off Andy's bowl. Andy Thompson now takes a 3-0 lead after 2 ends.
Yeah, it's a bit sorry for Dick Lee because his flight in from Hong Kong was delayed, and he actually only arrived in the wee hours of last night, so he's not had a lot of practice.
Few in spectating tonight, which is good. We've had a great day of spectators out there. A very supportive crowd. I think they were enjoying the shock of the last game. And I've caught with a piece of useless information for the viewers before. Both of the overseas qualifiers that have managed to knock out seeds, Cody Altoff and Murray Glassy, are chefs by trade. So I said the wonderful Blackpool sea air must suit these chefs.
Well, they're long days here on the first 2 days of the tournament when you're going through the first round.
Good reply there from Dick.
Gap is 9 inches.
Yes, they're such long days. Richard, about 15 minutes ago, my wonderful view here decided to go into standby. It had enough for the day, so we had a bit of a technical run around, just right on the tie break as well.
Well, we've had a question in. How hard is it to set up a PBA branch in your own country if there is not one there already?
Interestingly enough, we did have that question yesterday, Richard, which was one of the ones I was going to field at you tonight. So obviously that view has stayed on, especially to hear your reply to this one.
Well, it's fairly easy. If you can get 32 players together who all want to form a PBA association in your own country, then if you go onto the WBT website and ping an email across to us, we'll happily send you all the information. But basically, if you can get 32 players, that's enough to form your own branch. We'll send you all the information of how to do it and how to run it. And if you can get up to 64 players, then we will look to include your country into the event so that a lucky winner can come over. It's not easy because you'll need to raise a reasonable amount of sponsorship to assist your players in coming over, but it's well worth it. It's well worth it. I mean, there are 1 or 2 overseas players who are just knocking on the doors of the top 16 at the moment. Neil Furman from the USA is one.
Yeah, I think the question probably stems from one of the questions we had yesterday morning was on what sort of exotic places do players come from.
Well, you've got Israel, you've got Australia. We've already seen South Africa, Canada, New Zealand, to name but a few, and all of those countries have automatic places within the WBT events where they've got over. I mean, some of the branches have got over 500 players, all playing qualifiers in their own countries to attempt to qualify for these events. And just knocking on the doors outside the top 16, I mentioned Neil Furman. Well, of course, you've also got Israel, who've got Shalom Ben Ami. He's only just outside the top 16. Zavika Hadar, also from Israel. I think he's currently ranked at 26th. So it's, it is possible.
Yeah, when we were at the World Championships, Richard, we had people listening in from Thailand and Madagascar, as well as other exotic places. And you never know, it could be one of those asking to. We could go out and run an event in Madagascar. Yeah, Andy Thompson playing very well at the start of this game. He had to practice on rink 7 at the club earlier, just to get into the pace. He only arrived earlier, couldn't get here before. I think with all the overseas players, it's just a question of trying to settle into the first set. Give yourself a chance. Not sure how many games Dick Lee will have had to have played to get here, but I certainly know when we were being questioned earlier, Richard, about how many games to get here. Murray Glassy himself had to win 8 games on the trot. And then find his funding to get over to play in the event, so he'll be highly delighted to have taken the scalp of Jonathan Ross in the game prior to this one. And if you can't stay with us this evening, if you've got other plans, don't forget to join us live on the World Bowls Tour YouTube stream at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. 4 humdingers of games lined up tomorrow. Darren Burnett versus English qualifier Billy Jackson. Mark Dawes, the local lad, versus Graham McKee, the Irish qualifier. Les Gillett versus Jamie Chesney, English qualifier. And Paul Foster MBE versus young John Fleming from Scotland.
Dick just playing an absolutely superb weighted ball there.
Yeah, that'll do him some good, Richard. It'll mean he'll just settle down a little bit.
The gap is 2 inches and about 4 inches past jack height.
You mentioned earlier he was really looking forward to the game, to get a chance to play against somebody like Andy Thompson.
Yeah, well, of course, Andy's been around for a number of years. Like I said on his introduction, over 100 England international caps, which is no mean feat. Well, Dick Lee's got a good line, but it's just shy of a bit of weight here, unfortunately.
Yeah, the surface will probably have cooled off a little bit. We found yesterday in the last 2 games of the day, surface just changed that little bit. Goes cooler outside.
Yeah, well, it certainly does this time of the evening. Like I said earlier, there's quite a number of games we have to get through to be ready for our live transmissions on Sky later this week. So they're long days, and unfortunately those playing the latter games in the late afternoons.
Great
Well
ball there
played,
from Andy
well
Thompson.
played.
Yeah, the ones playing the latter games in the day, they like to get on with it, and certainly the seeds, they want to just get through that first round. Through the first round, they feel that they're competing in the event. But this is where the banana skins can come into play, and if you're going to take out a seed, it's often better to do it in the first game before they've settled into the event. Might have just overplayed this.
One shot out.
Another question I'll throw at you, Richard, that we had from a viewer earlier was about PBA qualification. It was aimed at New Zealand qualifiers, but in general, to me, it's to do with all the PBA qualifiers, as there's only men that are appearing in this draw. Ladies can play in it, and also the disabled can play.
They can indeed. The PBA is a totally open organisation, as are all of the events. The only anomaly to that, of course, is at the World Indoor Championships, where we have the ladies' world match play. But other than that, it's totally open. And the reason that you haven't seen any ladies is just because no ladies have so far qualified for it. But if you go back a few years, there were ladies who not only did they qualify, but they actually played really, really well. You know, it's there for the taking.
Yeah, we had a lady qualifier at Scotland, of course, this year.
We did indeed.
We all have a go. It's just not necessarily the fact that ladies aren't playing. It's the fact that we might have a go, but it's a tough ask. It's a tough ask to get here anyway. Male or female, you've got 5, 6, 7, 8 games sometimes consecutively to play.
Well, I can certainly think of a lot of ladies out there who are more than capable of having a go and more than capable of coming through. But unfortunately, it doesn't seem to appeal to them, which is a shame. There are certainly ladies out there that I think have got massive capability of doing it. You never know, perhaps one day we'll see some of them come on and have a crack.
And again, as you mentioned, any ability as well. We have wheelchair players that are members of the PBA. If you have a disability, it doesn't stop you playing in these events.
Not at all. Within the PBA we have several wheelchair bowlers and several successful ones. George Ridgeon is one who's always there at the qualifiers and plays very well. And again, because it's open, they play against the able bodies and they love it. They absolutely love playing in an open event.
Andy just going for a little bit of cover there. He's 7-0 up after 4 ends. It's times like this when the qualifiers got to try and start changing things. It means the sea can just settle down. But Andy will have witnessed the wheels coming off for Jonathan Ross in the previous game. He won't want that fate to happen to himself.
No, I've heard several overseas qualifiers, and some of them will actually use the first set just to settle down and then hope to take the second set and then force the tie break and then take the tie break. Which is certainly what happened in the last match. I mean, Dick Lee's not playing with a bad weight. He's not really playing with a bad line. And if he could just settle down and just start to pick up those few inches, he could give Andy a good run for his money.
Yep, it's all about settling about. I think I just saw in the Rogues Gallery of where the players sit, I think I just saw the familiar features of Jamie Chesney. He's obviously arrived for his game tomorrow.
You know, we've still got a few players out there. There's a unfortunate massive accident on one of the big motorways, and Darren Burnett is still trying to reach us. He's been on the road since the early hours this morning. Sent us a text in to say that he was still stuck on the M6. So there's one or two players still out there, still trying to get to the event, and luckily enough they're not playing till tomorrow. But some of them have been stuck in a 6-hour traffic jam at the moment.
Travelling 26.5 metres.
Don't forget, while you've got this opportunity, Richard Maddison, CEO of the World Bowls Tour, is in commentary with me this evening. Any questions about the PBA WBT? I'll endeavour to get them answered. Another question that was put to actually Nick Brett yesterday, I believe, was about tournaments and why do we not have more than 3 ranking tournaments on the circuit. We did give the viewers an answer, but if you'd like to give the official line on that, we put it down to the fact that we need the sponsors to actually get involved to do these events, and if there's any sponsors out there, you know where we are.
This is very true. Our aim is to continue the growth of this, but when you're staging television these days, it's not, as many people think, free. It takes a considerable amount of money to set up a world ranking event with world players, and we're not football, we're not one of the big sports, unfortunately. we may be in numbers, but not in perception of, you know, your sponsors. But we can't, unfortunately, generate an income, although we do try. But one mustn't take it away from the sponsors we have got. The Co-operative Funeralcare put in a substantial amount of money, not just into WBT, but into the sport itself, right across grassroots level, right throughout the UK. They're a massive supporter of bowls. And of course, the World Championships with just retirement, they do the same. You know, we're very lucky as a sport. We still have a lot more than other sports have. Dick really needs just to find his weight if he could here. He's getting a reasonable
It's a
line.
great line, Richard.
If
Coming
he
back to centre, if it sits down, it's got a chance. One red.
well, he's cut the numbers down. But as I was saying, with regard to sponsorship, of course, you've got your corporations as well. You've got Potter's Resort, which is a fantastic venue for the World Indoor Championships. 5-star resort, you couldn't ask for better. And then the International Open, which is always staged here at Blackpool. You've got a resort of a different style, and they throw themselves 100% into holding the International Open and helping us to stage it here.
Well,
Without
Dick,
people like that,
you're
we
close
wouldn't
here.
survive.
He's close
It
here.
just needs a little ride, just unlucky, just caught the edge of Andy's bowl.
Yes, as you mentioned there, Richard, the Kearsley family here, very supportive. Been in the crowd for most of the 2 days, at least I've seen one of them about at all times. The dulcet tones there of Tom Weir telling us that the set score is 9-0 after 6 ends.
And it's not for the one to try and by Dick Lee either.
No, we've had this a few times this week so far, where scores haven't reflected necessarily the game.
I actually think that is one of the cruel things on our sport, how the scoring is done. If you just look at a website, for instance, and look at the results sheet, it looks as if somebody's absolutely got tanked. And that's actually not right. They've actually played very well. It's just that the other player has just managed to pinch that odd shot here and there, which makes the overall score look massive.
And
I mean,
also towards the back end of a set, Richard, players can go for shots where they have to get counts. And they need a 4, and they can quite easily drop a 4 just by trying to go for a 4. And that
Correct.
makes the score look hugely
Yeah.
different.
Good bowl here from Dick Lee.
Nice shot there of the trophy that these players are striving to pick up on Friday afternoon. Good ball from Andy. If that sits down, it's got shot.
Now, just watching Dick Lee's delivery, it's quite smooth. Doesn't bend down too much, but his actual delivery is very smooth. He's getting his bowl away quite well. He's certainly picking a very, very good line. I think if he can just get his weight right, like I said, I think in the second set he'll got every chance of giving Andy a little run for his money.
Andy looks on a great track again here.
Oh.
It might force Dick into a bit of a trundler down the backhand here. This is when you find out about what an overseas player's style of play is. There's a shot down the backhand, needs to just get inside.
Yes.
Red ball, he's hanging off as such, I
Certainly.
think. That's unfortunate. It's not any worse for him, but it was unfortunate. He played the right shot, I think.
But that shot just demonstrates what we were saying about earlier about the scoring. You know, he's played the right shot. His weight was almost perfect. Unfortunately, it's not come off, and currently he's needing to pick that jack up now.
Well, this bowl to stay in this first set. In the area. He's in the area for it.
Give himself a little push, and he's got the one on the post there.
That takes us into an eighth end.
Set score 9-1 after 7 ends.
Marker out there is Mike Davis. On the shot clock, I believe, is Francis Fletcher. As I mentioned, our umpire this evening is Tom Weir. To the very strong umpiring team here at WBT. The other umpire at this event, Sandra McLeish, is retiring at the end of this week, and we will be all sad to see her go. She wants to retire at the top. We've had a lot of good messages in from the viewers for Sandra. She always likes me to just thank everybody on her behalf for all the kind wishes.
Yeah, well, of course, at the recent WBT Awards, she was given a Lifetime Achievement for all of her work.
And her replacement is joining us middle of this week to acclimatise. He says he's coming down to eat sweets and chocolate, but he's coming to acclimatise to the venue. Dan McManus and the other two umpires, Dan Blewett and Alan Thornhill. I know we're listening in.
Well played, Andy. Andy is a consummate professional.
Yes, he won't want to give anything at all. He'll know he's obviously very, very strongly poised to win this first set. Oh, this is not what Dick Lee wanted. Short bowl won't help the position at all. Not sure how he's going to get a 4 out of this now, Richard.
No. The short bowl hasn't helped that at all. And meanwhile, Andy, who this last few tournaments has been playing exceptionally well, continues to plump them in round the jack.
Yes, and he'll want to do so as well. He was in ranked 5 position going into this season. Currently, he's dropped a few places to 8. So he'll want to tie a few games together here. Critical for the top players. As some of the players that have been in the commentary box with me, Richard, have said that they need to get these 10-pointer first round games under the belts.
Yes.
Andy not waiting about for his 30 seconds to play that ball as the end's over and we're into the second set.
Well, you were saying about those wanting to get the points. Of course, the match coming up will be Jamie Chesney, who is just knocking on the door there, and he'll really will be looking to progress. He's just outside the top 16, but if he can get a couple of good matches under his belt here, that might just secure him a place into the World Top 16 for next season.
Yeah, it's all very exciting tomorrow, really, Richard, because there's two that are looking dicey in the top 16 at the moment, and that's John Price, who wasn't able to make this event and was replaced at it by the world number 17, Wayne Hogg. The other one struggling in the top 16 at the moment is the homester, Mark Dawes. And the two that are still in the event and have got huge chances are, as you mentioned, Jamie Chesney and Wayne Hogg himself. Could he take the opportunity of the chance where John Price has stepped down to tie a few games together? So could be some changes in the top 16 for next season.
Well, certainly, and with a season looking forward to, with an overall prize fund of just under £200,000. It's not too bad at all. Dick Lee playing an absolutely cracking bowl there.
As you mentioned, Richard, he might just have settled down now, ready for the second set.
Andy picking a cracking line out, all on his weight here. Well,
Dick Lee just wanting to repeat delivery. Yeah, there was Jamie Chesney on the back row there, sat next to Nicky Brett and Mr. and Mrs. Kearsley. As I mentioned before, Richard, they've thoroughly supported the last 2 days. They've sat there and virtually watched every bowl
here we
between
go,
them.
look, Dick Lee's just placed another cracking bowl.
The nearest ball is about 15 inches short.
Andy's got a call for a timeout here, surely.
Time out. And he has 4 time out.
Yeah, he's obviously really thinking about what he wants to play here. Does he want to play a little runner?
Don't want to rush yourself into those sort of shots, Richard. You've got to give yourself the time. You've got 5 timeouts you can take.
He bounced that a little bit, coming out of his hand there.
Yeah, I noticed a
But
few of his deliveries he's bounced out.
He's
but
mending. Well, just missed that by a cat's whisker. Dick is obviously one of these players that doesn't show any emotion. Well, it's not a badly placed bowl from...
Yeah, great picture there. Jamie Chesney in the middle, Nicky Brett at your left-hand side, and Mr. Kearsley on your right-hand side with Mrs. Kearsley.
Current world champion is Mr. Brett.
And defending champion and world number 1. You can go on for a list forever with Nick at the moment.
Yes, you can.
It'd be a right mouthful.
Oh, not quite on the button there from Andy. Just slight whiz nick, and still leaving Dick Lee with a, looks like a 2.
Well, his pace.
I think he's running a little bit. Don't want to knock that too far. Oh, Andy giving him 2. Looking at that, 3.
3.
Andy's got a back bowl there somewhere. Has he got a 4?
Now, we all know that Andy Thompson is not the best of judges. So I'm sure he'll be asking Mike Davis what he thinks.
Yeah.
Well, what an opening end. 4 shots against the world number 5, Andy Thompson, MBE. Well, could we have a repeat of the last game, Richard, and a topsy-turvy?
I would say not. Andy is, I would say, one of the most stablest of players, and will not see himself forced into a position of losing.
Oh, 29 metre jack. The players favouring the longer length jacks here. It's been nice to hear that all four hands are very good and very playable.
Not a bad opener.
Yep, not bad at all. Andy looks on a good track, it's all on his pace. Reaches Dick Lee bowl and just sits off it. Yeah, great bowl from Andy Thompson. He didn't seem to like that. Body language said he wasn't keen. That was a good track.
It's bending all right. Is it just going to...
Oh, what a great effort. Not sure why he didn't like that one. It was very close to being perfect.
If that was one of my bowls, I'd have been pleased as punch.
Don't forget, if you can't stay with us tonight, we've got worldbowlstour.tv, which is the World Bowls Tour website. And all the news and latest reports and photos you'll find on there at the end of every day.
Well, that was a bit loose from Andy, or...
Your last ball, 14 inches past.
Well, that looks a good line again, Janice.
Yeah, it looks a very good track. If he just gets a little tuck on this jack, or even rests off Andy's bowl, you know,
just
it
run out of
wasn't
weight.
bad. We were saying this in every game today. You know, people have played really good bowls and not got anything for it.
Well, Andy's picked a slightly wider line.
Needs to get inside his own bowl, I think, and run a touch. Not reaching there.
No,
That's tightened up the line though for Dick Lee now.
Yes. Certainly not afraid of playing it. No, too heavy. Just going down the outside all the way. Andy Thompson came into the ranking list in 2001 at number 13, and ever since then, right up to 2015, he's actually only slipped to number 10 at any one time.
Yes, very consistent player, Andy Thompson.
A little push on his own bowl. No.
Very, very highly recognised and highly respected man within bowls.
Score 1-4 after 2 innings.
Yes, he's certainly a bowler that the rest of the top 16 look up to, and he has immense respect from them all, and deservedly so. Within bowls itself, he earned the nickname of the statesman of bowls. Always polite, always ready to be helpful, always got a smile, even for the general public who sometimes stop you at the most inopportune times to ask a question, but he's always got time for them. I mean, look at this for an opening bowl.
Great opening bowl here from Andy.
That's one thing our sport is really good at, which is producing players at the top of the sport who have got the time for those others who are playing grassroots bowls, always got the time to answer questions. You know, it's something I've always said about our sport. There's hardly any nastiness in it. Yeah, you get the odd thing every now and then, but on the whole, it's a brilliant sport.
Great ball here again by Andy. Can't take it away from him. Playing exceptionally well now.
The gap is about 8 1/4. Would be on, that's about 7 inches.
Well, Dick needs to try and slide on in between these two reds if he can.
Just sit on the back bowl of Andy's. I know it's easier said than done. I've played
There
no
is a
bad
space
bowls here
there.
today so far, or yesterday. I've played very well from sat in the commentary box. It's easier said than done sometimes.
Very much so. I mean, you know, Dick Lee's line wasn't too bad. It's getting the weight right. Again, here we come from Andy, who's just going to show you how to do it. Look at that. Placed it very well. Very well.
And all of a sudden, the 4-0 deficit looks like it might be being levelled up in one end, unless Dick Lee can do something with his remaining 2 deliveries.
He's
Well,
got a good line here. Depends on his weight. He's actually coming round. Just needs... Well, that was a absolutely cracking try. Absolutely
unfortunate,
cracking
really.
try.
He was just that touch overweight.
Yep. With no result. And yet there wasn't that much wrong with that bowl.
Well,
Just
and he's
a
still
little
looking
bit
at a
of weight.
three shot against him.
Yep. This is what we were saying, where the scoreline does not always tell the story of how the game was played.
Yeah, it can certainly be a cruel game in those respects sometimes.
Well, it depends where Andy finishes with this. There is a...
He's just going for another bowl in there. Let
Well-
Dick Lee do the work.
There's a little percentage shot there.
Really, I feel he needs to change to his forehand here and play
Yeah.
a bit of a timer. At least he's got a chance down there of taking away a couple of shots. Yeah, that's the shot he's chosen to play. What's the execution like? Just
Tight.
under.
One of the hardest shots in the book to play, the weighted. It just needed to be a tad higher.
Well, that's just taken away that 4-shot lead that Dick Lee had, and Andy Thompson leads 5-4 now after 3 ends. In the second set, he won the opening set 9-2. But Dick Lee has got to win this set to take us into our second tie-break of the event. Richard, we've only had one tie-break so far. It's very unusual.
I was actually looking at the scorecards earlier, and yes, you're right. There's only been the one tie break, which is highly unusual. But also, in the first few games, there were 3 tied first sets, and the other anomaly that's coming out is that it would appear to be end 7, where scores are being tied.
Oh,
In the first set.
You've obviously been listening to the commentary because we've been commenting on this. And also it's been very interesting here. Unlike the previous 2 venues, certainly in some of the games, players tended to favour playing in one direction. And that's happened with some of the top 16. The Rob Paxton game was a classic example. Rob won most of his ends playing in a certain direction.
Mm. Brilliant start again from Andy T.
And don't forget my useless piece of information that the 2 overseas that have won so far have both been chefs.
You're only hoping they're going to make you some cake.
Well, I've not crossed that bridge yet, but I will be asking them what the specialities are.
Andy absolutely plastering round the jack.
This looks a little bit too wide.
Yes.
It's coming back. I think he's just overplayed it more for weight than anything.
Well, I think Andy will be looking to pop one round behind now.
Yeah, just counting ideally just behind would be great. Oh, he puts his hand in his pocket and wanders up the rink.
I know, Mr. Casual. Or we'll just play a blocker instead.
Okay. Yeah, just overplayed it again. I think Andy's now got to consider covering the deep bowls. Another yard on his last bowl would be ideal. I mean, there's not really the running shot on, but again, we were saying earlier, Mark Rawle got a question about how do you come up with a game plan to play an overseas player that you've never seen play before, and you've got to really cover it as if they could play any shot, and you might try and find a way to run at this jack to take it to his 3 back bowls. And Andy's obviously heard us.
Just going to sit that bowl right there, look.
Great bowl that. Now we'll probably see that Dickley will just draw it. But yeah, Andy covering all the eventualities.
He's picked himself a decent line. How's his weight? Just... Ooh.
Might have rolled in for second.
2 shots, Andy Thompson.
And the world number 5 takes a 7-4 lead after 4 ends. Hope you've been able to stay with us this evening. Live on YouTube, the World Bowls Tour YouTube streaming. Full HD for you here and full commentary. And don't forget, if you have to leave us, join us again at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, when hopefully Darren Burnett will have arrived to play his game against Billy Jackson. Mark Dawes versus Graham McKee, Les Gillett versus Jamie Chesney, and Paul Foster MBE versus John Fleming.
Yes, it's certainly a cracking lineup tomorrow.
Well, young John Fleming, came very close to beating Paul Foster in Scotland, and he's just won the senior Scottish national title. So he's on fire at the moment. He's been practicing very well here. So Paul Foster won't frighten young John Fleming. So all the games tomorrow could be very, very interesting games. Don't forget to join us. I'm with you all tomorrow, and then on Wednesday, Sky TV Takeover. But you'll still be able to pick us up on the YouTube streaming with World Bowls Tour.
You see, Dick Lee's not playing a bad bowl. It's his weight more than anything else. He's certainly picking his lines right. And that is a disadvantage overseas players do have, in they're not able to play on carpet as much as UK players, or even some European players.
Well, it was one of the things that was mentioned about PBA qualifiers. Some of the overseas qualifiers actually play on outdoor rinks to qualify.
They do indeed.
Cody Altoff, who beat Jason Greenslade, he qualified outdoors in Canada. And Rory Glassy was saying they
Good
do
ball
play
here,
indoors.
Well played, Dick.
We like to keep viewers informed out there and live and interactive, and I've just heard that Darren Burnett is in the building. He's arrived.
I bet he's absolutely shattered.
Yeah, somebody get the man a brew. Darren made a lot of friends here when we had the Super Bowl event, where we played against the Crown Green. Darren actually won the pairs with Chris Lucky Brown. Interestingly enough, his opponent tomorrow is the man that won the singles, Billy Jackson. So I'm sure there'll be a few Crowner Super Bowl followers wanting to watch that game tomorrow. And now we know Darren's here, that will be the game that will be on at 1 o'clock for you tomorrow.
Oh, it's a bit thin, Dick. Will Andy attempt just to run that off, do you think, or will he just accept one down and leave it alone?
It might be worth it, bearing in mind that it's the early stages. He might even just play to tap an egg on it. Just reach onto it. Yeah, he's played it. Finding how pace changes on this rink. He's just played it a couple of bowls under, so this is probably going to go all together. Needed a little bit more weight than that for what he was after. Yeah, the report is from Darren. He is shattered, but he's had better journeys and he's enjoying a brew. Wonders of YouTube, keeping you fully informed and live and interactive. And
Dick's got to be very careful here. He doesn't want to touch his bowl. I know he'd like to get another shot, but the last thing he needs to do is to touch his own bowl.
I think he looks
could
under here,
easily,
Richard.
yeah. Not trying too hard. Happy to take a single.
He's still in with a chance here.
Yeah.
He's only 2 behind with 4 ends left to play. Has to win the set, however.
Score 7-5 after 5 ends.
Take us into a tie break.
Jack line 28.5 metres.
Well, he looks on a good track here again, Richard. What a great
Very
opening
good.
bowl this is.
Very good indeed.
He certainly showed that he can bowl a bit. And Dick Lee. I think it's the first time he's ever qualified in one of these World Bowls Tour events.
Yes, it is. Got a question in, why do we think more ladies don't enter? Well, because, quite honestly, a lot of ladies do not wish to play against the men. And you talk to the ladies, and that is their answer. And yet, it is my humble opinion, there are many ladies out there who are more than capable. So, I think sometimes it's a fallacy that they need to. I think ladies need to believe in themselves more. Well,
perhaps it's my crown green background, Richard, but I've only got 4
Andy,
bowls
having
to
a
play
little
against
look
their
here.
4 bowls, so it's same for everybody.
Well, yes, because in Crown they're not afraid to have a go, and quite a few do.
Exactly.
I personally would love to see some of our ladies that are about play. I really would.
Well, Dick, in the area. Great
Well, that's
goal.
a superb bowl.
Well now, Mr. Thompson, you're under a bit of pressure.
18 inches.
It's a 2-shot lead, but he's 2 shots against him here.
Yeah, he's having a little trundle at it. He's very close.
Oh, great shot. Go on the respot, and that's just where Andy's red bowl's gone to.
Yeah.
I think one of the-
Devastating shot for Dick. He wouldn't really have wanted that.
think going back to the question that we've had in about the percentage on ladies versus men, is that it is a lower percentage of ladies that actually take part in the qualifiers. If it was 50-50, if you could half it and half of the qualifiers be ladies and half men, I think we'd have more chances of the ladies getting through. But if that answers your percentage on ladies versus men, I don't know whether you'll know the percentage of lady PBA members versus men off the top of your head, but it's...
We've got within the PBA, there's actually a reasonable percentage of lady members, but they don't actually play.
Right.
They will
that
have
answers
the
question.
odd tie.
One red.
Well, from 2 up to 1 down. And that was due to a superb
Great
running
conversion.
running bowl from Andy. Didn't fire, played a beautifully timed weighted bowl.
Yeah, and
Got a good
the
line
ultimate
again.
professional no doubt will get another in here. Just needs to run a touch. Looks okay to me, Andy, don't worry. That means he takes a 9-5 lead, a 4-shot lead with 3 ends to play. I think Mr. Thompson might be in control now in this second set. He won the first set 9-2.
But again, that just goes to show about the scoreline. 1 second, Andy is looking at going 7-all with 2 cracking bowls from Dick. 1 bowl from Andy, and that's all changed.
Track line 29 metres.
Well, we always say the N7, and that's a superb opening bowl at N7 from Andy Thompson.
Well, of course, now is the time to pile on the pressure. Now you've got, now he's got Dick on the back hoof, as it were.
Yeah, we've got to remember how hard it is for these qualifiers to get here. Now I was talking to Stuart Erkwin when he got beat by Stuart Anderson this afternoon. Played quite well in his second set, struggled a little bit in the first set, but you know, when he's come off, he said, my gosh, it's going to be hard work to get back here again. But he thoroughly enjoyed every minute of it. I know it'll be mentioned in commentary tomorrow, but Jamie Chesney won 16 consecutive games of bowls over a weekend to qualify in all the events for this season. He didn't win a tour card or anything. He actually went to qualifiers and won 16 consecutive games.
You see, again, if you look at Dick Lee's playing, you know, he's not playing that badly, but at this level, it's not enough.
It's just not enough. That's the thing. There's the difference of quality of player at this level and under TV set and TV cameras.
9 inches.
Right, well, I'm going to have to disappear off to get ready for the finish of it. Well, this is a good... Oh! How horrendous is that? Cracking try. Cracking
yes, you're
try.
going to run off and do your presenting bit for us. But thanks very much for your company. Thanks for answering some of the viewers' questions. It's always good. We feel like we're getting people involved here, Richard, on the YouTube, and getting you to answer some questions is absolutely fantastic. Thanks for your time, Richard.
You're welcome, and well done to the viewers for staying on, and see you all tomorrow.
Yeah, thank Richard Maddison there for his time. He's going out now to close off the game tonight. This is the last game out there tonight. Straight after this, we'll have a lot of players practicing. Whether Darren Burnett will count among those ones. He's probably tired, but he'll also want to get the pace of the carpet in his arm. He has got till 1 o'clock tomorrow. I'm back with you at 1. That takes us into the 8th end, but Andy Thompson leads 11-5.
Score 11-5 after 7 innings. Right, 27 meters.
Well, you kind of get the feeling that this is all over by the shouting. Andy Thompson, 11-5 up, 2 ends to play. Dick Lee's got to score 7 shots because he has to win the set, so he's got to get to 12. And with a player of Andy Thompson's calibre, I think that's going to be a very, very tough ask. Not a bad opening bowl though. Yeah, I still think this is a matter of formality really now here. Another one in the head. I think Andy's holding one shot here. Not sure what. Not sure what sort of shot there is on for Dick here. He's just overplayed it anyway. So Andy Thompson wins the second set and match. Thanks so much for your company this evening. Please join me tomorrow at 1 o'clock, where we'll take you through the last 4 games in the opening round of the International Open here, sponsored by Co-operative Funeralcare at Blackpool Newton Hall. Good evening. See you tomorrow.